Just getting all the live streams going here. Getting started in a moment. All right. 5:45. Welcome to the live stream, everybody. I'm Jared with Scamware 101. And if it's your first time joining, let me tell you a little bit about us over here. Our mission is to spread awareness about common scams. These scams that target individuals. They target you, they target your loved ones, they target everyday, average people. And it's important to be aware of these scams because these scammers are ruthless. They try to take away everything you have. So our mission here at Scamware 101 is to spread awareness of these scams, teach you how to recognize red flags so you could recognize a scam sooner before losing money, and so you can protect yourself and your loved ones from these scammers. Part of our plan to spread awareness of these scams is to do these weekly live streams. So we do these weekly live streams. We should be broadcasting right now on YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook. We're currently monitoring the YouTube chats. So if you want to ask a question or say anything for me to respond, hop on over to YouTube and type in the chats over there. We'll be checking the Facebook and Instagram chats periodically, but we'll be monitoring the YouTube ones pretty actively. So hit me with your questions, share your experiences. I want to hear what scams you've been encountering. And we're going to go over a lot for you here. We're going to go over about 20 different types of scams this evening. We're going to show you all sorts of examples from scam emails, scam text messages. We're going to play some phone calls for you of scammers. All active scams, all currently targeting individuals now, right? So all examples we're going to show you, most of them are within a year old. Some are as new as a week old. So they're all new, they're all relevant, they're all scams that are currently circulating and important to be aware of. And, the thing about scam awareness is it's one of the only ways to really protect yourself from these scammers. Realizing something is a scam after the fact is too late. Because what people don't realize is when these scammers get your money, most of the time, you can't recover it. The bank's not going to be able to get it back for you. They're not going to refund it for you. Your exchange, your cryptocurrency exchange, if you sent cryptocurrency, they're not going to be able to get it back for you. If you're tricked into purchasing gift cards, you're not going to be able to get refunded for those. It's a sad state of affairs as far as victims of these scammers. So really, the only real way to be safe is to be aware and be able to recognize these scams and avoid becoming a victim in the first place. Because we're not talking about scammers that just take $100 from you. These scammers nowadays, they try to take everything you have. They try to get into every single bank account you have. We hear terrible stories about retired folks losing their life savings and their retirement funds to these scammers, hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? And it's not just older folks. It's younger folks too. The FTC released their annual report earlier this year about fraud and scams. And it turns out that the older folks aren't the ones getting scammed the most. They're losing the most because they have the more money, saved. But the younger folks are actually getting scammed more. They may be losing less because they don't have as much to lose, but they are being scammed even more. So everyone's a target. Everyone's vulnerable. And, if you think you can't get scammed, scammers are counting on that. Also, another key point to keep in mind is scammers are advancing, right? I still hear about people falling for tricks that were used over 25 years ago, falling for emails that are going out, impersonating your bank, asking for passwords. It's the same techniques that were happening years ago, and people are still being targeted and falling for them today, right? But on top of that, the scammers are getting better. They're using AI, they're using the latest technology to advance their scams even more. So while people are still falling for the old traditional scams, scammers are even advancing and hitting them with even newer scams. Anyway, the point is the scammers are winning. They're winning. And that's why they're doing this, because they're being successful and they're getting a lot of money stolen from innocent victims. Innocent victims like you, innocent victims like your loved ones. And we're hoping to help a little bit by spreading awareness and hopefully help some of you recognize these scams in the future or warn loved ones about these scams. So anyway, that's why we do these live streams. We do them every week. We also have videos we release on our YouTube channel. So make sure to hop onto YouTube and hit that subscribe button. Also, check out the videos, hit like. The more likes we get, the more subscribers we get, the more it helps spread awareness of these scams. So you can help by clicking like, subscribe, follow. That's all it takes. You can find us on all your favorite social media platforms. We're on Facebook, Instagram, X, YouTube, Blue Sky. We have links on our website. So make sure to follow us on there. We're always posting updates and scam examples. Today we shared some examples of a new text message scam that's going around. We shared them on Facebook today. And this text message impersonates the DMV. And it says that you have a traffic ticket due. And we're going to talk about that scam in a little bit as well. So if you're here, say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. I see a few people in there already. Awesome. Good to see you, Dave. Pleasure as always. Patty, good to see you. Always nice to see you. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. And we're going to jump into this live stream. So I like to switch the formatting around every week. You know, we cover the same scams every week, and I don't want it to get boring. So I switched it up a little bit this week. And we're going to go over some scam headlines first. Now, we used to do this, and I would run into some laggy issues with the stream when I opened up some of the websites. But I think I got that issue resolved. So we're going to start off this live stream this evening. We're going to start off with some scam headlines and see what warnings are out there recently. All the articles we're going to bring up, they're within a week old. So they're all recent warnings. And we'll see if the live stream holds up. If it starts getting laggy, let me know in the chat, and we'll just skip it and go into our usual presentation. But after we get through scam headlines, we're going to go through red flags, common red flags to help you identify and recognize a scammer. And then we have a whole bunch of common scams to go over with you. Over 20 different types of scams to show you examples of and discuss and make you aware of. So it's going to be a nice live stream tonight. It's going to be a long live stream. So go share it now, hit like. You know, share it on your timeline. Lots of good stuff. We're going to be going for at least 4 hours this evening. So, and by the way, I'm staying caffeinated for you all. Drinking out my Scamware 101 coffee travel mug. You get them in our YouTube store. So we got some travel mugs in there, some other merchandise you could buy to help support the cause over here. Some mouse pads and different water bottles and things. So that's over on our YouTube online store. So check that out. And one last thing before we get started here. You can join our free mailing list by going to scamaware101.com and clicking join mailing list. We'll send you reminders when we're going live and other useful scam awareness tips. And then, of course, if you want to help out financially, you go to scamaware101.com/donate. The QR code's on the screen. If you want to just scan it, it'll take you right there. Or you can just go directly to the website, scamaware101.com/donate. We also have a link down here on our homepage, donate or support. And you can use the super thanks over here on YouTube as well by hitting the thanks button, and you can throw us a couple bucks that way if you want. Don't feel obligated. Again, we're just trying to spread awareness of these scams, but you could help financially if you want. Hey, we're happy if you click like, though. Give us a like, give us a subscribe, share. Yeah, we appreciate that too. So, with that said, let's get into some scam headlines this week. Again, let me know if we start lagging out in the chat. So we're going to start out with Oregon woman scammed out of $600,000 in gold bars. Oregon DOJ urges vigilance as gold bar scam spreads nationwide. This is an important one to be aware of because this is something we've been noticing more recently, is that scammers are now tricking victims into withdrawing money and purchasing gold with it. Sounds wild, but it's another way for them to get money out of their victims that you can't retrieve, right? Once you hand somebody a gold bar, they're not going to give it, you're not going to be able to get that back. And what's interesting about this scam here is it says that the couriers who pick up the gold bars, they're victims too, which is also common. They don't realize, they think that they're working a job, some kind of courier job or delivery job, but the scammer actually tricked them too. So, tricky stuff. But let's read what this warning says here. The Oregon Department of Justice is warning Oregonians about a fast-growing and deeply concerning scam after an Eastern Oregon woman was defrauded at $600K, nearly her entire life savings. Right? And see, this is why I mentioned earlier during the introduction. Like, these scammers want to take it all. They want to take your life savings. They want to take everything you have. And it's important to be aware of that. And once they have it, you're not getting it back. Luckily, she still lost $600K, but she was about ready to give them another $300K, and law enforcement got involved. So at least she saved $300K, but she almost lost $1 million to these scammers. All right, and what happened was the scammers convinced the woman that they were federal agents and that her financial accounts were at risk of being frozen or hacked. They told her the only way to protect her assets was to convert them into gold bars and turn them over for safekeeping. She followed their instructions, purchasing and handing over $600K worth of gold. Right? And we see that a lot. The narrative that these scammers use is they'll try to convince victims that their money isn't safe in their account. Right? Someone has access to their account. It was hacked. There's suspicious activity, but they need to move the money to be safe. That's the narrative that they tell the victim. And then they instruct the victim to withdraw it, purchase gold. By then they've gained the victim's trust. The victim thinks they're talking to the bank or the FBI. So anyway, that was just a recent headline coming out of the Oregon DOJ, warning about these scams. And there's definitely a few key points to remember, right? Somebody calls you up out of blue saying that there's suspicious activity. Don't trust it. It's very common for scammers to say there's suspicious activity in your bank account. And also, if somebody's asking you to purchase gold, huge red flag. We're seeing it a lot more. If someone's asking you to purchase gold, it's a scam, especially if they're saying it's because your money's not safe. So that's our first headline of the evening. Let's see what other scam headlines we got. Hey, everybody in the chat. I see some activity in both the chats here. Yeah, Dave's asking, how do you buy the gold bars? Good question. I never had to buy them either, but I'm sure there's probably some website. I read previously in a headline a couple of months ago, they had the person purchase the gold through a website, but then the courier was able to pick it up from where they purchased the gold. So the victim didn't even physically have the gold in hand. I see John in the other chat. Good to see you there. Yeah, he said an Uber driver was being used in a similar scam as a courier, and she didn't realize it. Yep, that happens. So let's read about this next headline here. This one's about the Geek Squad scam. And this one's been a popular one, a common one. People mention it in the chats on the live stream every other week. But it's these fake Geek Squad invoices that you get. You see the preview on the screen here. And what's interesting is it says, scammers impersonated Geek Squad and Best Buy more often than any other company, even giants like Amazon. The FTC reports that it received 52,000 reports of scams involving Best Buy and its subsidiary, Geek Squad. And this is followed by 34,000 reports of Amazon impersonators. PayPal was third with 10,000 reports. Now that actually looks like it's from their 2023 report instead of 2024 report. But it probably still holds pretty true. All right, so you get these emails from Geek Squad or Best Buy or Amazon claiming to be from them, but they're fake. And it'll tell you to click a link to log in or click a link to dispute it, but it's a scam. And especially with the Geek Squad one, it's actually a form of a fake order scam. And we did a video about these fake order scams, and we're going to talk about it later on in the live stream here. But how this Geek Squad one this Geek Squad scam works is you get the emails, a fake invoice from Geek Squad, then you call up the number to dispute it, and the scammer impersonates Geek Squad or Best Buy. It's not really Best Buy, it's a scammer, right? And then what they'll do is they'll usually try to access your computer, or they'll try to get your financial information. They'll say that they need your bank account details or your credit card to reverse the charge. But in this victim's case, or the victim that they talk about, they say the scam starts with a text message or email containing an invoice, allegedly from Geek Squad. One example claims the recipient bought an internet suite plan for $498, which has already been charged to their linked checking account. Right, so the victim calls up thinking that they were charged $498. And then, in her case, the scammer asked if Dewberry, that's the victim, or actually Dina Dewberry was a reporter. She actually called the number to see what this was all about. And when she called, the scammer asked her for the invoice number, put her on hold, claiming to verify the details. The scammer insisted she likely didn't remember signing up 2 years ago and that the money was being auto-renewed that day. Right? Okay. Then the scammer asked her if she was sitting in front of her computer and told her he could stop the payment if she went to a website called anydesk.com. That website would give the scammer remote access to her computer, allowing him to install spyware and steal credentials, bank account details, etc. We're going to talk about this more later on in the live stream too, about the red flag of asking to connect her computer. And in this victim's case, that's what happened with her. She got this email impersonating Geek Squad. It says a purchase was made. It's a scam. It's not a real email. She calls the fake number to dispute it. She gets connected to a scammer, and the scammer, impersonating customer support, tries to get access to her computer. That's very common with these scammers. They try to get access to your computer. So always be suspicious of any emails claimed to be from Geek Squad, Best Buy, PayPal. Hey, if you're just joining, say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. We're streaming live on Facebook, Instagram. We're on YouTube. I'm monitoring the YouTube chat, so come on in, say hi, ask any questions. Right now, we're going over some scam headlines this week, seeing what scams are popping up, what to be aware of here. The lost pet scam. We've talked about this one in the past. Any pet lovers out there? Let me know in the chat. So in this case, what these scammers are doing is these poor victims, they lose their pet, their cat or dog, and they put an ad up. Well, not an ad, but you know, a flyer up or a post. They post online, you know, missing pet. And what happens is these criminals take the details from the post and they contact the pet owner claiming they have the pet. Sometimes they'll say the pet's been in an accident and they need to take the vet and to send money. Or they'll try to claim the reward, even though they don't have a pet, if there's a reward offered. But in most cases, what they do is they claim that your pet's been in some kind of accident. They're going to take it to the vet, but you need to send the money, and it's emergency, and you have to do it now, right? And they take advantage of this poor pet owner that's already in distress from losing their pet. So the pet owner, being all emotional, sends money to the scammer, thinking that they have the pet, and then they never get the pet. And their pet wasn't found. You know, hopefully you get found eventually, but it was all a big scam. So it's a terrible way to pull on somebody's heartstrings. And that's what this headline is warning us about. Cyber criminals use the detail in your post to contact you. They may claim to have your dog or cat, but they won't share a photo, which, by the way, we're going to talk about that in a minute because that's not necessarily true, thanks to AI. But they demand money or gift cards for your pet's safe return. Another variation involves fake pet finding services. They offer to use search parties on the ground and drones in the air to track down your missing animal. It's not free and they'll make you pay up front, usually through a peer-to-peer payment app. But again, they will not reunite you with your pet. To avoid falling victim to a lost pet scam, limit the information shared on social media posts, withhold key identifying features that can be used to verify a caller's claim. Right. So what they mean by that is if your pet does run away, keep some key details to yourself. This way, if somebody calls you up and asks about your pet, you could say something like, Well, what color is the spot on his tail? Or what color is his paws? This way you can confirm might actually have your pet. And if they're not going to give you a photo, don't trust them. But staying on that theme about pets, there's actually a second article about this scam. And what's interesting about this one is even if they do send a picture, you can't trust it. Because in this article, which is warning us about this lost pet scam, this scammer actually face swapped the dog photos. He used AI to swap the face of the dog to try and scam the pet owner even more. So that's an interesting way that scammers are using AI. Add it to the list of scammers using AI, right? A Belleville man says he was nearly scammed out of reward money while desperately searching for his missing dog over the 4th of July weekend. His dog, Spicy, his dog's name, took off Friday night after getting spooked by fireworks. He said she bolted through a hole in the backyard fence, and he spent hours combing the neighborhood trying to find her. After coming up empty, Harris posted a photo of Spicy and his phone number in several local lost pet Facebook groups. Within a few hours, he received a message on his phone that someone had found his dog, but the message came from an email address, some Gmail address. The person sent Harris a photo of a dog that looked nearly identical to Spicy, but upon closer inspection, Harris noticed the paws didn't match. His dog had white tips on her paws, and this dog didn't, he said, but the face was exactly the same. The sender claimed to have Spicy and asked Harris to send half the reward money before sharing an address. Harris said he was skeptical, but his emotions nearly overrode his instincts. Even though I knew it was a scam, I was so desperate for my dog that I almost sent the money anyway, he said. Proving to him that he almost fell for a scam, Harris later received a real phone call from someone in the neighborhood who had found Spicy. Harris wasn't the only one targeted. First Alert 4, the news organization that wrote this article, traced the email address to a second victim in Chicago, whose family lost their dog the same night. I received a text from someone saying they had my dog, Davis said. They sent me a picture, and at first I believed it. It looked like my dog. She said the scammer asked for a reward up front through a payment app. Davis caught on before sending any money, but said the emotional manipulation almost worked. So there you go. Scammers love to use emotions against you. Shout out to Bennett if he's watching the live stream, our #1 fan. We posted a Bennett on our YouTube or on our Facebook channel page the other day. That's our doggy. Let's take a look at the next headline here. Grand Island couple scammed out of $276K. So this was a clearinghouse scam. A couple in the 70s sent $276K in clearinghouse type scam. Yeah, police investigating, but think out of country origin. See, there you go. Once it's really heartbreaking because, some people will be like, oh, that if you fall for something like that, all it takes is one wrong click or one off day and you lose your life savings to a scammer. It's not right. Grand Island police are investigating after a couple reported they were scammed out of thousands of dollars. The Grand Island police said a couple in their late 70s reported to police that they had been the target of a clearinghouse scam. They told police they had sent $276K. The scammer told the couple if they pay certain fees, they could win in excess of $4 million. At one point, the couple exchanged money with a third person from a neighboring community. Police learned that person is also a victim of the scam as well. Police are still investigating the origin, but believe it may be out of the country. They are processing the victim's phones to learn more. Right? So these lottery scams or prize scams or clearinghouse type scams How they work is they trick the victims into thinking they won a prize. But to retrieve the prize, they say they have to pay fees and taxes first. Right? And we see this a lot in other scams too. Inheritance scams are similar. In a lot of cases where a victim suddenly is approached with the opportunity to get a lot of money, you won a prize or you have inheritance. All right. If they ask for fees and taxes first, it's a scam. And that's how the scam works. And in this case, this couple right here lost $276K. And they're in their 70s, right? So I'm sure that was either for their retirement or going to go towards their retirement. It's a big chunk of change to lose. So be aware of that. These lottery scams and these clearinghouse prize type scams, if they ask you for fees and taxes first, it's a scam. How are we all doing out there? Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like if you haven't yet. Help us spread awareness. We're streaming live on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube. We're currently monitoring the YouTube chat, so say hi over there, ask a question. I'll be monitoring it and answer. Definitely follow us on Facebook. We need to get our followers up. The more followers get, the more subscribers we get, the more likes we get, the more it helps our content spread. All right, so you could help spread awareness of these scams by liking and sharing our content. And by the way, if you're just joining us, we do this live stream every week. We're going to be going for a few hours. We got plenty of content left. We didn't even get into our scam examples yet. We're just starting off with some headlines. So we got lots of good stuff coming up this evening on the live stream. So take a minute and share it. Share it on Facebook. Like it. Let's get the word out. Let's get some more people in here. And we'll always take donations too. You want to help out financially? scamaware101.com/donate. Or over on YouTube, you can hit that thanks button. We can't get stars on Facebook yet. We need to get up to 500 followers before we get stars. So that's our next goal on Facebook is 500 followers. So follow us if you haven't yet. Let's take a look at this next headline. Local sheriff issues new phone scam warning. Fraudsters impersonate law enforcement and spoof phone numbers associated with the sheriff's office. This is a good time to bring that up. So scammers can manipulate what the caller ID shows. Very important to be aware of that. When scammers call you impersonating law enforcement, like the sheriff's office, they will show the sheriff's office phone number on your caller ID, even though it's not. When they call you and they impersonate the bank, they will show the bank's phone number on the caller ID, even though it's not. So scammers are able to spoof what phone number shows on caller ID. So be aware of that. And in this case, in this headline, they're talking about a scammer that impersonated the sheriff's office, and it did indeed show the sheriff's office's phone number on a caller ID. And in this scam, they're saying scammers will try to falsely convince the person they're calling that they've missed a court appearance, ignored a subpoena, or have an active warrant for their arrest. They might also insist that a loved one is in jail and needs immediate bail money. All right, so this is a whole bunch of scams in one here. They're talking about a jury duty scam. They're talking about a fake warrant scam. They're talking about a grandparent scam where they trick your loved ones into thinking you're in jail. And we're actually going to talk about all of those. We're going to talk about grandparent scam in a little bit. We're going to talk about an arrest warrant or jury duty scam in a little bit. So we're going to cover those. But the main point is to be aware that when these scammers call, they can manipulate the caller ID to show a number. Scammers cite false charges. They often claim a bond must be paid immediately to avoid further legal trouble. They will pressure the person to make payments through platforms like PayPal, Apple Pay, wire transfers, cryptocurrency, or buy debit cards. And gold, gift cards. In some cases, the scammers have used actual names of the sheriff's office employees to sound more convincing. Scammers are counting on people to react emotionally. We want residents to be aware, stay calm, and know that our office will never call to demand payment or threaten arrest over the phone. Yeah, so be aware of that one. We're going to be talking about arrest scams more later on. And we have a video about that one on our YouTube channel as well. But yeah, caller ID, can't trust it. Excellent. And I just got word that Bennett is watching and his ear perked up when he heard his name. Excellent. We dedicated the pet scam to him that we just talked about. Let's take a look at our next headline here. Scam alert. Fake calls demanding money for jail release. So this is a good segue. So we just talked about arrest warrant scams, jury duty scams, the scams where the scammer impersonates the sheriff's office. Well, here's another one. In the case of this one, Bradford County Sheriff's Office in Florida is warning the public about a scam targeting families of inmates. Scammers are calling people and pretending to be deputies or bail bondsmen, claiming they could get a loved one out of jail for a fee. They often say the release will come with an ankle monitor and may even use the name of a real county sheriff's officer employee to sound legit. Officials say they will never call asking for money to release someone from jail. So that's another example of these scammers calling, impersonating law enforcement. And in this case, they're tricking families of inmates into thinking that they could pay a fine or a fee to get their loved one out of jail. So be suspicious. You got any family members that are in jail or family friends? Be alert if you get a call like that. That's been going on for a while. I remember covering that one a few months ago, last time we did headlines. Let's see, I think we've got about 4 more headlines to go over here. Let's see what else. Now, it looks like the stream held up. We're not lagging at all, so excellent. Good. Maybe I'm going to start including this every week, going over the headlines. The Grand Junction Police Department is warning residents of a new text scam. Police say the texts claim to be from UPS and ask recipients to confirm delivery details or demand delivery fees by clicking a link. Well, it's not really a new text scam. We've been warning you about that one for a year now, practically. But this is the right time of year to start warning you and ramping up awareness of this scam, because what this is called a undeliverable package scam. We're going to talk about this one in more detail later, but this one always picks up during the holidays, and how it works is you get a text message or a phone call, and it's claiming to be from UPS, FedEx, USPS, and they'll tell you there's a problem with the delivery and you need to pay a fee. The message, text message, or the email, it'll often include a link, and it links to a fake website. So if you get any text messages claiming that a delivery needs to be updated, delivery details, it's a scam. FedEx, UPS, USPS, they don't send text messages like that. And we're going to talk about that one a little later again, but it's good to see this one's in the headlines again, because I've been getting more reports about that one recently too. So we're seeing that one pick up, the undeliverable package scams. Let's check out our next headline here. That text about an overdue traffic ticket is probably a scam. Yeah, so this one's interesting. I've actually been reading about this one. I saw it pop up a few times in the past couple weeks, but I didn't realize it was actually a different scam. I thought it was just another unpaid toll scam, because as most of you know, we have this unpaid toll scam going around for the past year, and you get a text message claiming you have a toll that's due. But this is a different version. This version impersonates the DMV, and it states you have an overdue traffic ticket. So it's the same idea. You know, they claim you owe something, whether it's a toll or in this case a traffic ticket, and they threaten to suspend your driving privileges and hurt your credit report, etc., etc. So it's a scary text, and I actually have a couple examples of that text. I wasn't planning on bringing them up. I just got them today, but you know what? Since we have the article up here, and the article isn't showing us any examples of the text, I'll bring up the examples and show you. But what happens is the text looks like it's from your state's DMV claiming you have an overdue traffic ticket. It might include a link to pay and warn that if you don't pay immediately, they'll report you to the DMV. Suspend your vehicle registration, license, driving privileges, charge you an additional 35% service fee. The text might even threaten to prosecute you and tank your credit score, but it's all a scam to get your money and personal information. Yeah, so let me show you a couple examples of this one since I have them up here. So here's one, Illinois Department, DMV. Final notice, enforcement penalties begin July 25th. Our records show that as of today, you still have an outstanding traffic ticket, and according with the Illinois code, blah, 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 if you do not complete payment by July 24th, ooh, it was due today, I hope they got it, we will take the following actions. And it says, report to the DMV, suspend your vehicle registration, suspend driving privileges, transfer to a toll booth and charge a 35% service fee. Transfer to a toll booth. Don't know what that is. You may be prosecuted and your credit score will be affected. Pay now, and then it has the link to the fake website. Please pay immediately before enforcement to avoid license suspension and further legal disputes. Yes, that's one example of this fake ticket, outstanding traffic ticket scam. And that was targeting Illinois residents, but here's the exact same one targeting Nebraska. So, and there was a few more. Just today I saw some other outlets reporting on it, Colorado and I think Florida. So this one's nationwide by now. It's safe to assume that they're impersonating pretty much every state with this one. So just a new scam to look out for. You get any text messages claiming to be the DMV, be suspicious, especially if it says you have an overdue traffic ticket. Got two more headlines to go over. By the way, if you're just joining us, welcome to the live stream. Take a minute, join our free mailing list. So it's scamaware101.com. We'll send you reminders when we're going to be live, some useful scam awareness tips. But definitely take a minute, join our free mailing list. We won't abuse the privilege. You can unsubscribe at any time. We won't send you junk mail. It's all good. But take a minute and sign up. It's free. Make sure to check your junk mail folder because the confirmation email tends to end up there. You can also follow us on all your favorite social media platforms. We have links right here on our homepage to all our official profiles, Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. You can also check our website for an upcoming event schedule. If you just joined, hit that thumbs up, give us a like, subscribe, follow. It'll help us spread awareness. The more likes we get, the more followers we get, the more comments, the more engagement, the more the algorithm will show our content to more viewers, right? And that's the goal here, is to spread awareness of these scams. And you could help. You could help by hitting like, subscribe, follow, leaving a comment. We're streaming live here on Facebook and Instagram. So if you're watching, say hi. Let us know you're watching. I'm actively monitoring the YouTube channel, so if you have any questions or want to share your experience, hop on over to our YouTube live stream and let me know in the chat. And I'm periodically checking in on the Facebook and Instagram feeds too. So if you want to comment in there, feel free, but I'll probably be a little slow responding to those. But either case, hit that thumbs up, give us a like. Help support the cause, and we're just trying to put something good out there into the world to make a difference. And who knows, maybe somebody you know and love might avoid becoming a victim because of some information they'll put out there. So we got two more headlines to go over here. Warning, that text message with a job offer might be a scam. Very true. And by the way, let me know in the chat if you get any of these scams that we're talking about. I definitely get these text messages, claiming there's a job available. Usually they impersonate a recruitment office. Messages include wording like flexible part-time and full-time work and allowing you to work 60 to 90 minutes a day. The offer claims to pay well, earn $200 to $500 a day. The basic salary is $2,000 per week. Lots of people work from home or have a part-time job, so an offer like this might look great, but the scam is after your money or your personal information. And reports of these scams are on the rise. New data from the FTC says the consumers lost $61.2 million from job text scams. Wow, that's a lot of money from job scams, text message scams. And it says in 2023, oh wow, in 2023 consumers lost $14.8 billion, but in 2024 $61.2 billion. Wow, so that's what, like 4 times practically? 4 or 5 times. Experts say that text messages are the preferred method of scammers right now because it takes people an average of 90 minutes to open an email, but only 90 seconds to open a text. That's the point. Red flags to look out for. Think about it. Did you apply for this job? Is this offer out of the blue? Do you think this offer is too good to be true? Did they ask for any money up front to get started? You should never pay to get a job. Very true. And look, realistically, you're not just going to get some text message out of the blue from a recruiter. Especially if you didn't sign up for any. And also, something to be aware of about these employment scams. I don't want to get too deep into it, but you hear about these scam compounds over in countries like Myanmar, right, where people are actually being trafficked and held captive, forced to scam all day. Right? They're being held and forced to be scammers, right? And unfortunately, you hear about those victims, the ones that are being trafficked and forced to scam people. A lot of times they were fooled by one of these employment texts. There were many of them said that they saw an ad for employment or received an employment text offering them overseas employment, right? And they fell for it, went overseas, and then they were trafficked into these scam compounds and forced to scam people during the day. That's where a lot of these pig butchering scams and romance scams are coming out of, these scam compounds. So it's pretty crazy. It's this you dig deep enough and you dig deep enough into what's going on into the scamming world, and it gets pretty dark. Human trafficking, criminal organizations, corrupt governments, that won't shut down these organizations. Big money. So, but anyway, back to these employment scams, right? You get a job offer through a text. Sounds too good to be true. You weren't expecting it. You didn't sign up for anything to get text messages like, you don't trust it. It's a scam. If they ask you to purchase something from them up front, or if they ask you to send them hardware to onboard, a lot of times these scams, they'll say, okay, you have the job. You have to purchase this laptop and send it to us for onboarding. Well, they actually trick the person into buying a laptop and sending it to them, and they never get it back. So yeah, watch out for these employment scams. And the last headline we got here, until we start going into the next portion of our live stream. New cryptocurrency scam that could cost you thousands of dollars. Oh, doesn't look like this one not good. There it goes. Now, this isn't really a new scam, but basically it's warning us of fake text messages that appear to come from Coinbase. Coinbase is one of the biggest cryptocurrency exchanges out there, so they're always being targeted by scammers. Scammers want to get access to that Coinbase account so they can steal your cryptocurrency. And in this case, this article is warning us about text messages that are going out. The message looked like an alert from Coinbase sharing a withdrawal code suggesting someone was trying to access my account. It looked urgent and official. For a second, I believed it. That's exactly what scammers are hoping for. In early 2025, the company confirmed a breach involving third-party attackers who obtained names, email address, and phone numbers of users. Right, so that's another thing to be aware of is our data is out there, right? So these people being targeted with this Coinbase scam, the scammers know that they have Coinbase. They're Coinbase users. The company got breached. The customer list and data was stolen earlier in the year. So now scammers target those Coinbase customers with this realistic Coinbase scam. A scammer sends a text that looks like a Coinbase alert. It may say someone is trying to access your account or that withdrawal is in process. It includes a phone number to call or a link to tap. Once you engage, you'll be asked to verify your identity or share a one-time code. That code is your two-factor authentication, and once a scammer has it, they can log in and transfer your crypto elsewhere. So that's how this scam works. The whole point is they're trying to interact with you, and then they're going to try to log into your account and trick you into giving them the authorization code. We're going to talk about that on our red flags next, actually, about never giving your code to somebody requesting it. The code that's sent to your phone. So anyway, be aware of that. You know, a lot of impersonation scams out there. That one was a Coinbase one. Lots of people getting their crypto stolen. And that's it for scam headlines. Cool. No lag. That worked out well. Excellent. How are you all doing out there? Lots of good stuff coming up on a live stream. We're going to go into some red flags next and talk about some common red flags to help you identify scammers. We actually did a video about these red flags that we're going to go over too. So make sure to check out that video later on our YouTube channel or share it with a loved one that needs to know. See how the live streams are going here. It looks like our live streams are still good on Facebook, still good on Instagram. Hey, if you're watching over there, say hi. Give us a like. Give us a share. So lots more coming up, at least 2 or 3 hours to go. Lots of good content. We didn't even get into our regular content yet. We're just getting into our regular content now. So share on Facebook, get that thumbs up, tell a friend, phone a friend. If you haven't hit that like button yet, hit that like button and take a minute to join our free mailing list on scamaware101.com. Let's send you reminders when we're going live, useful scam awareness tips, all good stuff on our website, scamaware101.com. You can also support the mission by buying some merchandise. We have some coffee mugs and traveler mugs and some mouse pads and things like that on our YouTube store. So go check out our YouTube store there. We're going to get started on some red flags in 2 minutes here. You can follow us on all your favorite social media platforms: Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. Also, we're building out our website to be a one-stop shop and resources for scam awareness. Tools, software, links to third parties. And while you're there, make sure to join our mailing list. All right, so let's get into some common red flags that you're dealing with a scammer. So the thing about red flags is when you hear the victims' stories, there's common threads. There were warning signs and there were red flags that are very similar throughout their stories, where if they were just aware of them, it could have been enough to prevent this scam, right? So it's very important to be aware of these red flags to help you recognize scams early. This way, if you hear a loved one talking about something too, you hear these red flags like, wait a minute, I know that scammers do that. Let me stop and reanalyze the situation here. So we have 5 red flags we're going to discuss right now that are going to help you identify a scammer. And there's many more. We'll be coming out with some more soon. And all the examples of red flags that we're going to go over right now, we do have a video on our YouTube channel with these slides too. So if you find these useful, later on, go share our red flags video with a loved one over on YouTube. So let's talk about 5 red flags you're dealing with a scammer. First red flag: they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. Scammers love third-party chat apps to do their scamming, right? It's easier for them to communicate with victims in other countries, and it also offers them more anonymity to hide behind. So a lot of times they'll start the scam through a more traditional communication method. You'll get a phone call or you get a text message or an email. But once you're engaged into conversation with the scammer, they'll direct you to Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. And some examples of scams where that's part of their playbook, right, is romance scams. These scammers will create fake dating profiles to lure in new victims. Then, when they have matches for these fake dating profiles, they start talking to them through a dating website, they'll direct them to continue talking on WhatsApp. Right? So that's a red flag that you're dealing with a scammer. Wrong number scams. We're going to talk about these a little later. But that starts with a text message probing for new victims. And the point is to get a conversation going with a potential victim. But once that conversation is going, they redirect the victim to continue talking onto WhatsApp. Investment scams. A lot of times these scammers, they'll direct you to a Telegram group or WhatsApp group to pump up an investment or appear more legit. You see these other people in that group and you think, oh wow, there's legit interest in this investment. But those could be bots, those could be other scammers all in on it. Right? So it's a red flag if you're talking to somebody and they direct you to continue talking on Telegram or WhatsApp. Let me know in the chat if you've encountered that red flag. Let's talk about red flag number 2. And this is the big one. This is one of the big giveaways that we, not giveaways, one of the big red flags we hear about on almost all the victims' stories here. Red flag number 2, they request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Scammers love to get paid in these unusual forms of payment. It's easier for them to move and transfer the funds, and it's also harder for victims to recover the money after it's sent. Right? So these forms of payment should all be red flags. And some examples of scams where it's part of the playbook, almost all of them, but some examples that stick out here. IRS and Social Security scams. Scammers impersonate government agencies and ask for a payment in gift cards or cryptocurrency. It's a red flag. Right? Government agencies don't accept gift cards. They don't accept cryptocurrency. Maybe in the future they'll start accepting cryptocurrency, but as of right now, anybody claiming to be with a government organization like the IRS, Social Security, FBI, anything, if they're trying to convince you to purchase gift cards or cryptocurrency, it's a scam. Romance scams. Right? Scammers will often request gift cards and cryptocurrency from an emotionally attached victim. Right? This emotionally attached victim thinks they're just sending a gift card to a loved one. Right? But the scammer purposely wants the gift card because they know the victim's never going to be able to get it back. Same thing for cryptocurrency. A lot of times the victims are tricked into thinking they're depositing cryptocurrency into a shared account, but they actually don't have access to that account. And once they send that cryptocurrency, the scammer gets to keep it. The victim's not going to be able to get it back. Bank impersonation scams. This is when the victims are tricked into withdrawing cash from the bank and purchasing gift cards. Right? We talked about that a little earlier when we were talking about during the headlines. Right? It's very common for these scammers to trick victims that your money's not safe in your bank account. You need to withdraw it and transfer it. So withdraw it and purchase these gift cards, or withdraw it and deposit it at this Bitcoin ATM. Right? All red flags. Anybody telling you to purchase gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, tell you to go to a Bitcoin ATM, it's a scam. We're going to be talking about that a lot as we go through more common scams in the live stream. Red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. Right? This is what we were just talking about on that last headline, that cryptocurrency scam that went as impersonating Coinbase. A lot of times we see this type of scam on marketplace type websites like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist. And what's happening here is a scammer sending a code to your phone. Sometimes they'll say they'll impersonate a buyer or a seller, and they'll say they're sending a code to your phone to verify your contact number. Right? But it's a scam. What they're doing is they're actually trying to access one of your accounts, or they're trying to log in, or they're trying to reset a password on one of your accounts, or they're trying to create a new account that's linked to your phone. Right? What they're not doing is trying to verify your phone number. And just to go into that a little bit more, right, where it's part of the playbook for them to send you a code to your phone and ask you to provide it back, you should never do that. Never provide a code to an individual that's saying they're going to send a code to your phone. Right, so what happens is a scammer, they're trying to log into your account. And as a security measure, you're getting a code sent to your phone. If you provide that code to the scammer, you just allowed them into your account. The scammer might be trying to reset your password to gain access to an account, right? Your phone gets that code as a security measure. You provide that code to the scammer, you just let them reset your password and access your account. So you don't want to ever give that code away. The other scam that they'll do is they'll create a Google Voice account linked to your phone number. Scammers like to create Google Voice accounts. They get a free phone number from Google when they do that. but it's limited to one per phone number. So what they like to do is use your phone number to create a Google Voice account. But to do that, they need you to provide a code authorizing it. So you get a code sent to your phone. If you provide it to them, you're allowing them to create a fraudulent Google Voice account. Sorry to get a little technical there. The whole point is, if somebody's claiming that they're going to send a code to your phone and need you to reply back, don't trust it. It's a scam. You should never apply a code. You should never provide a code to somebody that's claiming they're sending it to your phone. All right, so that's red flag number 3. They're trying to send a code to your phone and asking you to give it back to them. Let me know you're out there. Say hi in the chat. Again, let me know if you've encountered these red flags. I want to hear what other red flags we should be aware of. Put in the chat, put in the comments. Red flag number 4. They're dealing with a scammer. They ask to connect to your PC to assist or investigate an issue. All right, we heard about a couple of cases of that in the headlines too. All right, so scammers love to get onto a victim's device. Stealing a victim's logins and passwords once they're on the PC is possible. You know, a scammer gets on there, they can extract your saved passwords. They'll steal your files, they'll encrypt your files, your pictures, your documents. They'll attempt to access your banking websites and your financial information, and they'll install software onto your device, and they'll be able to access it whenever they want, whether you're there or not. All right, so scammers love to get onto your device, and we see that a lot more now in their scams. It's part of the playbook where they offer to connect your device, while they impersonate tech support or customer support. And some examples of scams where that's part of the playbook. And we're going to talk about these scams too. We're going to show you some actual examples. But we have the tech support scams or the fake virus alerts. Right? The victim doesn't realize it, but the scammer's impersonating tech support. And the scammer offers to connect to the victim's device to help them remove a virus. But that's all false. There is no virus. It's all a scam. It's a trick to get onto the victim's computer or device. Fake order scams. The scammer impersonates customer support, and they say they'll help assist with an issue, right? But they'll ask for access to your PC. Then there's the fake fraudulent activity, where someone's impersonating a bank or agency investigating fraud, and they'll ask to access your PC to check your bank accounts for malicious activity, right? But what the victim doesn't realize, when they let the scammer onto their PC, and the scammer says, hey, log into this bank account, we'll check for suspicious activity. Log into that bank account, we'll check that one next. You're actually giving access to the scammer as you log into each account, right? So the scammers love to get onto your device. Don't trust it, right? Always be suspicious of someone you don't know, a stranger who's asking to access your device, even if it seems to be for a good purpose. Red flag number 5. They're dealing with a scammer. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Scammers is extremely common for scammers to ask for confidentiality. They don't want you to discuss the situation with other people, because the more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam, right? Makes sense. So scammers are going to ask to keep the issue a secret. They're going to ask to keep the matter confidential, at least until they steal your money. And some examples where this is part of the playbook, some scams. Grandparent scams. We're going to talk about all of these this evening too. Grandparent scams is when the scammer says a relative has been arrested and needs money for release, right? But they claim the relative is embarrassed and asks not to tell anyone, right? That's their request for confidentiality. That's them trying to trick the victim and to keep it in a secret and not telling anybody. Investment scams. The scammer says it's an inside tip and not to share it, or a price is just for you and not to tell anybody. Sounds great, but they just want you to keep quiet. They don't want anybody telling you it's a scam. Inheritance scams. We have an example of this we're going to share later. They'll mail letters impersonating law offices regarding a fake inheritance. The letter's going to request confidentiality. Inheritance scams are a pretty common scam. So the scammer doesn't want the victim talking to anybody. They don't want them to realize it's a scam before they get the money from them. And then there's the fake fraudulent activity, when they're impersonating the bank or agency investigating fraud. What they'll do, the scammer will tell the victim, since this is an open investigation, you can't tell anybody. It might put the investigation at risk. right? So they scare the victim into staying quiet. The victim doesn't want to put an investigation at risk, but that's all part of the con. That's all part of the scam. They want you to keep quiet. They want to keep the matter confidential. This way you don't get warned that's a scam. So that's red flag number 5. They request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Again, we did a video on those 5 red flags. All the slides we just went over are in that video. So important to be aware of all those red flags. Share them with a loved one. Go find that video on our YouTube channel. If you're just joining, say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up and like button if you haven't yet. We're streaming live on Facebook, Instagram. I see somebody chatting in the Facebook live. Awesome. Good to see you, Lisa. Inviting a buddy over. Excellent. We're on Instagram too, so say hi on Instagram if you want. We're mostly monitoring the YouTube chats, so if you have a question or want to share experience, hop over to the YouTube channel and type in there. I'll be answering that. So just a quick review in case you're just joining us. We just finished going over 5 red flags that indicate you're talking to a scammer. All right, and those 5 red flags were red flag number 1, they direct you to a third-party chat app like Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. They'll start to scam with a phone call or a text message or an email, but once the conversation's going, they'll try to get you over to Telegram or WhatsApp to continue the conversation. So that's always a red flag, asking you to install third-party apps in general. Red flag number 2, this is a big one. This is the most important one to be aware of out of all of them. They request payment in gift cards, prepaid cards, cryptocurrency, or depositing cash at a Bitcoin ATM. Right? Scammers love those unusual forms of payment. It's easier for them to transfer the funds. It's harder for the victims to get the funds back. So any requests to purchase gift cards or to send cryptocurrency or to use a Bitcoin ATM, red flags. Big red flags. It's a scammer. Red flag number 3. They ask you to provide a code that was sent to your phone via text message. Very common on marketplace type websites. Individuals should never be sending a code to your phone and ask you to give it back. All right, they're probably a scammer. If you're dealing with somebody on a marketplace website, especially that's asking you to send a code back to them, don't trust it. They're probably trying to get in one of your accounts. That's red flag number 3. Red flag number 4. They ask to connect your PC to assist or investigate an issue. It's becoming extremely common now for scammers to try and access your device. You know, it's a gold mine to them. They get on there, they can extract your logins, steal your files, install software to access your computer later. So never trust access to your computer with a stranger. Right? Even if it seems to be for a good cause, always be reluctant to let a stranger onto your device. And the final red flag was they request that you keep the matter confidential or secret. Extremely common for scammers to do that. They don't want you talking to people. The more people you talk to, the more likely you'll be told it's a scam. So the scammers, they'll have a story. They'll have a convincing reason for you not to tell anybody. But they'll usually ask you to keep it confidential or secret. That's a big red flag. So be aware of those. Those are some common red flags. You're dealing with a scammer. And again, we did a video about this on our YouTube channel. So all the slides you saw, they're in that video. And you go share it with a loved one a little later if you want. All right, cool. Right on schedule. Still with me out there? How we all doing, everybody? Lots of good scams coming up. We're going to get into the examples now. Hey, if you're just joining, say in the chat, hit that thumbs up, give us a like. And you know what, let me tell you a little bit about us too. I see some new viewers, some new faces, so here's a little about us. My name's Jared with ScamAware 101, and our mission is to spread awareness about common scams. And we're talking about scams that target individuals, just like you, like your loved ones. And it's important to be aware of these scams to prevent becoming a victim. You want to be able to spot and recognize these scams before being tricked into sending money. Too many horror stories out there of people losing their life savings, retired folks getting tricked out of their retirement funds, and never being able to get the money back. So awareness is key to avoiding becoming a victim. So one of the things we do this free weekly live stream to spread awareness about common scams. We start off with some recent headlines, seeing what scams are popping up in the media, what warnings are out there. And now we just went over some common red flags to help you identify these scams. And now we have a whole bunch of common scams and examples that we're going to go over and start sharing with you. So lots of good stuff still coming up on this live stream. We're 1 hour in. We got at least another 2, maybe even 3 hours to go. So usually at this point, we take a quick 5-minute. So if you're there, stick around, stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Some of the best stuff's coming up. And I just need to make sure that I'm caffeinated for you to give you the best of me here. So we're going to take a quick 5-minute break, which, by the way, Scamware 101, travel mug, coffee travel mugs. Get them on our YouTube store. All right. We got to go fill up that coffee mug, and then we got a lot of good stuff coming in 5 more minutes. Grandparent scams, fake order scams, undeliverable package scams, all good stuff. So let me know you're watching. Stay tuned. Let me know what you want to hear about in the comments. And we're going to continue in 5 minutes. All right, everybody, how we doing out there? Streams are still going strong. We're on Facebook Live, we're on Instagram Live, we're on YouTube Live. We got another 2 hours at least to go. Tons of good stuff coming up. We're going to get into some more common scams right now. Make sure to say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. Click that thumbs up and like button if you haven't yet. Give us a like, a follow. We need to get our follower count up on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, help us out. Hit that follow button. All right, let's get into our second hour here. If you're just joining, welcome to the live stream. We do this weekly live stream to spread awareness about common scams. And right now, we're about ready to get into over 20 different types of scams and share examples, emails, scam text messages. We're going to play some scam phone calls. We're even going to show you a recording of a grandparent scammer in the process of trying to scam somebody. So lots of good stuff coming up. Hit that like button if you haven't yet. Hit subscribe and make sure to join our free mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. It's the best way to keep up to date with what we have going on over here. We only send you relevant emails, reminders about when we're going to go live, when we post new content, things like that. All good stuff, some scam awareness tips. You can unsubscribe at any time. But anyway, take a minute, go to scamaware101.com, hit join mailing list. And while you're there, follow us on your favorite social media platforms. Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. Okay, well, let's get into some more common scams. So, the first scam we're going to talk about this evening is grandparent scams. And this is one of those scams that everybody should be frustrated with these scammers. It gives you an idea of the moral compass that these scammers lack and the ethics that these scammers lack. They're actually targeting your grandparent. They're targeting your parents, your grandparents, and your loved ones directly. That's why this scam is called a grandparent scam, right? And if you're the child in this situation, you're being used as bait. If you're a grandparent or parent in this situation, your child is being used as bait to trick you. And how a grandparent scam works is scammers impersonate a distressed relative claiming to have been arrested and needing financial help. Victims, usually seniors, act quickly to assist their loved ones. The scammers will often impersonate law enforcement, court personnel, and lawyers to extract even more money from the victim, right? And one of the things about these grandparent scammers, I keep on mentioning it, these scammers are ruthless. They don't just try to take some money from you one time. They try to clear out everything you have. And in the case of a grandparent scam, when they get the loved one, the grandparent, on the phone, and they trick them into thinking that their son or daughter is in jail, they'll impersonate law enforcement and extract money from the victim. Then they'll impersonate court personnel and extract money from the victim. Then they'll impersonate lawyers and extract money from the victim. Right? They'll keep impersonating different agencies and different individuals to keep on extracting money from the victim until they have nothing left. And these grandparent scams, we know that there's a lot of organized crime out there and in other countries outside of the United States that are behind these scams. And it's important to recognize that scammers will work in teams or in groups. They have openers and they have closers, right? And what the openers do is they initiate conversation, they get the new victim on the phone, they pull the victim in, they open the scam, and then they'll transfer them to a closer, where that scammer is, his skill is getting as much money as possible from the victim. So we have here a fascinating video that I'm going to show you. And it's a clip from another scam baiter, another YouTuber, and his name is Scam Sandwich. So you go check out the full video over on Scam Sandwich's YouTube channel. But this video is a clip of a scammer. He's in the Dominican Republic, and he's performing a grandparent scam. That scam baiter actually hacked into his webcam and recorded this. So we could actually see a scammer doing one of these grandparent scams, right? So I'm going to play this for you right now. And if you've ever wondered how someone could fall for a scammer that's impersonating your son or daughter, maybe this video will clarify why so many people fall for it. if you think that you wouldn't fall for somebody impersonating your child or grandchild, take a look at this video and see how they do it. All right, so here we go. By the way, if we get laggy, just hang on till the video finishes.
Oh, Mom, I had a car accident.
Huh?
I had a car accident, Mom.
Is this Linda?
It's me, Linda.
Where are you?
I got a car accident.
What happened?
I'm gonna put the officer on. I got arrested.
You got arrested?
Hi, ma'am.
Yes.
Hi, are you Linda's mom?
Yes.
What I'm gonna need you to do is grab a pen and paper and write down Linda's case number, ma'am. I need you to hurry up, please, ma'am.
Case number?
It's the number 2.
2?
The letter B as in boy. Can you read that back to me?
2B.
Now, I'm gonna read what's going on, ma'am, okay?
Okay.
Linda was involved in a car accident. It was stated in the police report. She admitted that was her fault. While she was driving, she was using her phone. That's what caused the accident, ma'am, okay?
Oh, man.
The woman that was driving the other vehicle was 7 months pregnant. We had to rush her into the nearby hospital. She might lose her baby.
Oh, really?
Yes. Now, we actually confiscated her cell phone for legal evidence, so she cannot receive or cannot make calls. This is going to be her only last call. Are you with me, ma'am?
Yes, I am.
Now, she actually wrote a note down here saying that she didn't want anyone to know about this. Let's honor her wish for right now because it's too much for her right now. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
What I'm going to need you to do, ma'am, is stay by the phone and wait for the lawyer to call, okay?
Okay.
Okay, bye-bye, ma'am.
All right, bye.
So that was an opener. He's a scammer known as an opener, and he was doing a grandparent scam. Now, the person who was able to record that video was able to warn that victim. So the lady you just heard that he was trying to scam, she was warned and she didn't lose any money. They were able to get a hold of her. But that's a fascinating peek behind the scenes of what these scammers are doing. And if you've ever wondered how somebody could fall for that, someone impersonating their daughter, their granddaughter, did you see in that video, he only spends the first 20 seconds impersonating the daughter. It's real quick. He does impersonate where she's crying. It could be anybody, right? And it's so quick. It just sounds like somebody in distress. It could be anybody's daughter. And that's how they trick these victims into thinking it's so quick that it's like, well, and it could have been my daughter, right? And then he immediately starts impersonating the police officer and has the police scanner playing in the background, making it sound like there's, police chatter going on, trying to sound more legit, right? And then he tells there's a request for confidentiality, right? Then he says she's embarrassed and asks you not to tell anybody about this. There's that red flag about the request for confidentiality, right, that we warned about. And then also notice how he says, I've confiscated her phone, so don't try to call her, right? So he's just trying to implant that thought of don't bother trying to call your daughter to confirm, right? Because that's all it would take. The victim just makes a phone call to her daughter and finds out, oh, wait, she's not in jail, right? But yeah, that's a grandparent scam. And that's how it works. And you can see how someone could be convinced by that. So make sure that your loved ones are aware of that one. If you're the parent, the grandparent, be aware. If you get a phone call like that, not just to trust it, off the bat. Also, there's a couple notes here about this. I have some quotes from a news article, talking about these Dominican Republic grandparent scam. And this one is from the NJ Federal Court charges 3 additional Dominicans in grandparent scam. According to an indictment, the conspirators engaged in a long-running grandparent or family in need of bail scam against hundreds of seniors across the United States, including in New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, and Massachusetts. As detailed in court filings, members of the conspiracy referred to as openers, now that's who we just watched, this guy was an opener, called elderly victims in the United States and impersonated the victim's children, grandchildren, or other close relatives. Typically, the victim was told that their grandchild had been in a car accident, was arrested in connection with an accident, and needed help. Right? That's exactly what this guy just said and did. Once the openers tricked victims into believing their loved ones were in dire trouble, other workers at the call center, known as closers, allegedly impersonated defense attorneys, police officers, or court personnel and convinced victims to provide thousands of dollars in cash to help their loved ones. All right, so there's openers, that's what we just watched, and there's closers who trick the victims into providing the money. So they work in teams. They do this all day. They're clever. Don't underestimate these scammers. So that's a grandparent scam. Let me know in the chat if you've encountered these or your thoughts. The next scam we're going to talk about are fake order scams or fake purchase scams. All right, this is when victims receive a fake notification that an order was made under their account. When the victim calls to dispute the fake order, a scammer impersonates customer support and attempts to steal their personal and financial information. We mentioned this one during the headlines when we were talking about the Geek Squad scam. You get that fake Geek Squad invoice and it has a phone number to call to dispute it. Right? But when you call it, you're actually connected to a scammer, and they impersonate customer support. Right? So that's an example of fake order scam. And the thing about these fake order scams, they're extremely important to be aware of and alert for, because we're actually being targeted from all directions by these fake order scams. And what I mean by that is we get emails that are fake order scams. We get text messages that are fake order scams. We even get phone calls that are fake order scams. I have some examples of all of these to actually share with you right now. And the first example that I'm going to share with you of a fake order scam is this text message. This one, it impersonates Apple, and it claims a purchase was made using your Apple Pay at an Apple store for $143. And it says to call back this number immediately to cancel this charge. But this is a scam. It's a trick. If you call back that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. And this is an example of a fake order notification. This is a text message version. You get this text message. It claims an order was placed with your Apple account, and then it says to call this number. Right? It's a scam. If you're concerned that it's real, what you would do is go check your actual Apple account. Don't click any links. Don't call any phone numbers. Go check your Apple account directly and see if there's anything unusual in there. But this text message is very active. It's currently circulating. People have been reporting it on the various scam report services that I check. And this example on the screen was provided to me by a viewer. So this text message is extremely common right now. It's a scam. And it's just another example of a fake order scam. Now, I mentioned we were under attack in all directions from these fake order scams. And what I meant by that is there's phone calls too. And I have some examples of these phone calls to play for you. So the examples that we're about to hear reported to me multiple times. And the thing about these fake order scams is the scammer could claim to be from any vendor, and they could claim that it's for any product, right? They'll choose common ones. This way, it's likely you have an account. Like they'll impersonate Amazon because a lot of people have an Amazon account, right? Or they'll impersonate Apple because a lot of people have an Apple account. But that's the tricky thing about this scam. Any notification from a supposed vendor for a supposed product could be a fake order scam. So let me play two phone call versions of this scam. In the first one, they impersonate Amazon, and they claim that a MacBook Pro was purchased under your account. Then they try to trick you into pressing 1 to dispute the order. But if you had received this call and pressed 1, you'd be connected to a scammer. So let's listen to this phone call, and let me know if you received a phone call or similar like this in the chat or comments.
This call is to authorize the payment of $1,499 for the recent order of Apple MacBook Pro on your Amazon account. If you do not authorize this payment, please press 1 to speak to our customer support representative.
All right, so that was the first example of a fake order scam phone call. It impersonates Amazon, and it claims a MacBook Pro was purchased on your account. And it says press 1 to dispute this order. You press 1, you'll be connected to a scammer, The scammer's going to try to get into your financial details or trick you into transferring money. Let's listen to the second example of a fake order scam phone call. This one impersonates Walmart, and it claims a PlayStation was purchased. And in this one that we're about to listen to, they say call number on screen, which is always a red flag as well. So you'll hear that at the end, and we'll talk about it more. But let's listen to the second example of a fake order scam phone call.
We are trying to contact you concerning an unverified purchase of PlayStation 5 Special Edition bundled with Pulse 3D headset being ordered from your Walmart account for an amount of $859.50. If you did not authorize this transaction or wish to cancel, please press 1 or return our call on same number at your earliest convenience.
So that's the second example of a fake order scam phone call. And both these calls are circulating. They're less than a few months old. They're all actively circulating phone calls, and they're robocalls. And in that one you just heard, it claimed to be from Walmart. It claimed a PlayStation was purchased. And that says, call number on screen to dispute. Big red flag. If anybody's telling you to call number on screen instead of leaving a phone number, it is probably a scam. But anyway, that was two different examples of phone calls. Again, they could just pick any vendor. They could pick any product. They say, oh, there's been an order placed. Call this number to dispute it. But if you call that number, you're connected to a scammer. All right, so I showed you a text message version of this scam. I showed you I played for you two phone call versions of this scam. But what about email? Well, we have a victim's story to share about this fake order scam. And it gives us, additional details behind the scenes. And so this is from last year. About a year ago, this article. July 17th was when she got scammed. And this article is from August, so about a year ago. 23-year-old Lincoln woman, right? No, it's 23-year-old. This isn't just older people being scammed. Age is irrelevant now. Everybody's vulnerable to these scams. 23-year-old Lincoln woman reported losing $4,100 after falling victim to an identity fraud scam in July. The scam began on July 17th with an email claiming she had purchased an iPhone. The woman called the number provided in the email to dispute the purchase and was told she had multiple open accounts in her name across various states. She was informed someone was using her identity. All right, so before we read the rest of this, so this is an example of a fake order scam. And in this case, it was an email claiming she purchased an iPhone. Right? She receives an email claiming she purchased an iPhone. She didn't. But the email says to call this number to dispute it. So, of course, she thinks to herself, well, I better call to dispute this purchase. Right? And when she calls, she's actually connected to a scammer. She doesn't realize she's talking to a scammer, but she's connected to a scammer that's impersonating Apple. And that's when they go into this whole fake narrative. Right? So all that's the fake order scam. Right? Once they get you on the phone, then they start going into the scam where they try to get your money. But the whole fake order portion of it, that's how they trick you into calling them. That's how they trick you into getting on the phone with them. They send you a fake order notification, whether it's a text message, an email, a phone call. They say an order's been placed, and if you want to dispute it, call this number. But it's a scam. Anyway, but then this article goes on to give us some additional details about what happened after she was on the phone with these scammers. So she calls the number to dispute it. She thinks she's talking to Apple. She's actually talking to the scammer. Right? The scammer poses as a CIA agent who instructs her to withdraw $3,600 from her bank account because they told her that someone stole her identity and her money wasn't safe. The next day, she was directed to use the money to purchase Walmart gift cards and send photos and receipts. Additionally, the woman sent in another $500 gift card to the scammers. Right. So there's a gift card red flag. Right. We talked about that one earlier. Anytime someone asks you to purchase gift cards, it's a red flag. So extremely important to be aware of that one. And then they went into that whole narrative that we've warned about multiple times on this live stream. That whole narrative where they say someone has stolen your identity, someone has access to your bank accounts, your money isn't safe, you need to withdraw it, and I'll tell you how to transfer it. But that's all a scam. That's how they trick the victim into moving their money. They make them feel like their money isn't safe, someone's in there, they can steal it at any time, they got to withdraw it right away and follow this person's instructions. All a scam. But you see how the scammer creates urgency, fear, right? she gets a email saying she spent $1,000 on an iPhone probably. Oh, yeah, $1,000. So calls a number. They, hey, your identity's been stolen. Oh my God, my identity's been stolen. Yeah, you got to take out your money. It's not safe. You can see how they use fear and urgency to manipulate the victim, right? So anyway, that's just an example of an email version of these fake order scams, right? So we saw a text message version. We saw an email version. We listened to 2 phone call versions of these fake order scams. And they were all different. They were all claiming to be different vendors. They were all claiming to be for different devices. So it's important to be aware of these fake order scams and how they work. And to realize that anytime you get some kind of order notification, it could be a fake order scam. If you're concerned that it was a real order, then log into your account directly. Again, don't click any links that were sent to you because it could be part of a scam. But log in directly to your account. Right? If it's impersonating Apple, log into your Apple account. If it's impersonating Amazon, log into your Amazon account. Right? Whoever's impersonating, log into your account. You can confirm that way. Again, don't trust the links. Don't trust the phone. Any phone numbers. And that's a fake order scam. Extremely common. Important to be aware of. We're being targeted a lot by those. Let me know if you're still here and watching. I don't really pay attention to the viewer count, so I kind of don't know who's watching or how many people are watching unless you know me and unless you let me know in the chat. So say hi, let me know you're watching. I want to hear your stories. Share your experiences. And hit that like button if you haven't yet. Hit that thumbs up. Hit that like button. Help us spread awareness about these scams. 'Cause that's what it's all about. That's why we do this, to spread awareness about these scams. So you can protect yourself. You can protect your loved ones. Make sure to subscribe to our YouTube channel. A lot of scams we're talking about tonight, we have videos about them too. So any of this information that you want to share with a loved one, you go find a video for most of these scams that we made, and you can share that specific video with a loved one. They don't have to watch this whole live stream. We're streaming live on Facebook and Instagram. I saw some people commenting earlier on Facebook, so that was cool. We're on Instagram too, if you want to watch on there. Definitely say hi in the chat. Let us know you're watching. I see a bunch of, it says 11 people are viewing on Facebook. So say hi, leave a comment. Hit that like button. And look, we got lots of good stuff. We got at least another hour or two of scam examples coming up. So you can still share this and share stream on your timelines and send a message to your friends. There's still lots of good stuff coming up on this live stream. So pull some people in and let's get some more viewers here. And help us out by following. We got to get our follower count up before we get stars on here. So hit that follow button and help us out. Also, don't forget to join our mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. It's free to join. You can unsubscribe at any time. But we'll just say some useful scam awareness details and reminders when we're going live. Nothing too overwhelming or spamish. Next scam we're going to talk about here are undeliverable package scams. This one, it's active all year round, but it also picks up towards the end of the year, and we're starting to head into that time of the year where we see it pick up. And then it peaks during the holidays, November, December, January. But right now we're starting to see this one pick up again, and it's only going to start picking up even more. We saw a recent warning about this one in the headlines earlier when we were reviewing some recent headlines. So we're starting to see more warnings about this one again. And basically what an undeliverable package scam is, victims receive a fake notification about an undeliverable package and are asked to click a link to resolve it. The link opens a fake website impersonating UPS, FedEx, or USPS. Any personal or financial details provided by the victim are stolen by the scammers. There never was a package. Right? Again, we see this one pick up towards the end of the year as the holidays, since so many packages are being sent and received. Victims tend to fall for this a little bit more during that time of year. But we're seeing reports of this one picking up again recently. It's picking up again. So be on the lookout for it. We have some examples we're going to share with you. But something to keep in mind regarding these undeliverable package scams is FedEx, UPS, USPS, they'll never send you a text message saying that your package is undeliverable and to click a link to resolve it. They don't send text messages like that, especially if you didn't ask them to, right? If you want to get a notification about a package, you have to request it about each specific package. And even in that case, they wouldn't send you this type of text message. So if you get any type of text message claiming to be UPS, claiming to be FedEx, claiming to be USPS, saying there's a issue with your delivery and to click this link, don't trust it. It's a scam. And let me show you some examples of what these text messages might look like, because there's been many variations. In this first example, the USPS package has arrived at the warehouse and cannot be delivered due to incomplete address information. Please confirm your address in the link within 12 hours. Right, and it's got a link to a fake website. It's going to try to steal any information you enter. Also, notice at the bottom of this example it says, please reply yes, then exit and reopen the message. That instruction is a red flag. Lots of scammers will include that instruction at the end of their text messages, asking you to reply yes and reopen the text, for a couple reasons. One, it tells them you read and follow instructions on scam text messages, right? If you reply yes and they get it, they know to target you with more scams, right? And also, if you reply yes and reopen, it will activate that link. It will make it even easier to click, which you don't want to do, but the scammer wants you to. So it's very common for these scam text messages to include that instruction at the end, where it says reply yes and reopen the message. But anyway, this is one example of an undeliverable package text message scam. It impersonates USPS and says to click this fake link. Here's another example. This one was actually group text that was named to USPS, probably to make it stand out or seem more real, I guess. And it says, since the package does not have a house number, the package transportation is interrupted. Please update. And it has a link to click. But there's a fake. Don't click it. There's also been cases where these text messages, they have a file attached. Right, so here you could see it has a USPS.com logo. It says, dear customer, your package has arrived at the distribution facility, but we are unable to deliver it due to incomplete address information. Please click on the HTML file above to update your address. Don't do it. It's a scam. Again, the USPS, UPS, FedEx, they don't send you text messages like these. But never open attachments from unsolicited communications that you weren't expecting. Never open an attachment that comes in a text message that you weren't expecting. Never open an attachment that comes in an email that you weren't expecting. Because it could contain a virus. This HTML file could infect your device with a virus if you open it. You know, at best, it's going to link you to a fake website. At worst, it's going to infect your machine. So never open attachments from unexpected communications. In this case, it was an HTML file. But here's another example. This text message, and it came with a PDF file attached. Same scam. You know, dear customer, your package has arrived at the distribution facility, but we are unable to deliver it. Please click on a PDF file to update your address. But it's a scam. USPS, they don't send out text messages like these. If you did click on that link, you might be taken to a website that looks like this. Because scammers put up fake websites all the time. It's no big deal for them to just register, purchase a name, put up a website. A lot of them are pre-built already. They already have them ready to go. It takes them 2 seconds to put up a website, and then as soon as it gets taken down, they put up another one. But in this example, you can see the website looks legit. It's got the color theme, the logo. It's got a fake tracking number there. But any shipping information entered, any payment information, it actually gets sent to the scammers. And they'll do a lot worse than charge you a $3 redelivery fee. So be aware of this scam. If you get any text messages claiming there's a package that can't be delivered, be suspicious. Don't trust the links. Certainly don't provide any information. You know, be aware of this scam. It's known as an undeliverable package scam. You know, it picks up a lot during the holidays, and we're already starting to see it pick up a lot this year already. So watch out for it. One last thing I'd like to talk about as far as these undeliverable package scams go, or at least the text message version, because there is an email version as well. But as far as the text message version goes, I'd like to share this story from Wired magazine. Came out last year, August 8th. And this USPS undeliverable package scam, USPS tech scammers duped his wife, so he hacked their operation. So this is a win. We could share this story as a win. It's nice to share a win every now and then instead of reading about a victim's story. But apparently this husband didn't take kindly to the fact that his wife fell for this scam. So he hacked into the scammer's systems, and he found out some fascinating information about the scammer group behind these undeliverable package scams. And the first thing that sticks out is he discovered they were sending out over 100,000 scam text messages per day globally. Right? So that gives you an idea of what these scammers are capable of. They're sending out hundreds of thousands of text messages per day. And this was a year ago. They're probably sending out twice as much now. But that was the first thing that he discovered when he hacked into their systems. Also, it was a Chinese-based organization too. There's a Chinese-based Chinese language group behind that campaign, right? That undeliverable package scam. Probably plenty of other groups, but in his case, it was this group. And that group alone was sending out 100,000 text messages a day. That doesn't include all the other groups sending out 100,000 text messages. He also discovered that people entered 438,669 unique credit cards, right? That's almost 500,000 unique credit cards that these scammers had from victims who fell for this undeliverable package scam. 500,000 credit cards. Now, that's why I said earlier, the scammers are winning. They got 500,000 credit cards from this scam. They're going to keep on going. I said most victims entered multiple cards, and there are more than 50,000 email addresses logged, including university email addresses and military or government email addresses. All right, so victims are spread across the United States and California, or the most are in California. All right, but there you go. Almost 500,000 credit cards these scammers got. And they were sending out 100,000 text messages per day. All as part of this undeliverable package scam. So, interesting stuff. But it gives you an idea why we get so many scam text messages and why we need to be aware and alert for them. So we mostly talked about these text message version of undeliverable package scam. But something that's important to realize is that a text message scam, it could often be adapted to an email scam, or an email scam could often be adapted to be a text message scam. So usually if you see a scam through email, there's usually a text message version floating around. If you get scammed through a text message, there's usually an email version floating around. And in this case of these undeliverable package scams, that's true. So last year, during the holidays, there was an email version of this scam floating around, and we did a video, reported about it. And you could see in this email, they impersonate FedEx. They have the FedEx logo up top. We're sorry, your package appears to be delayed, right? And they offer you a compensation product. Here's a second version a week later. Came in November 22nd. The FedEx one came in November 16th. The UPS one came in November 22nd, right? Same deal. It has the UPS logo. We're sorry, your package appears to be missing. And they're offering you a compensation product, right? So this is a scam. FedEx, UPS, they don't offer compensation products for delayed packages, right? So this is an email version of that undeliverable package scam, except instead of asking you to pay a redelivery fine or redelivery fee, they're offering you a fake compensation product. If you had clicked on this link, it would take you to a fake website with a whole bunch of fake product offers. And I'm going to show you those examples next as part of our fake retail website scam examples. But the main takeaway from this is if you get emails from FedEx or UPS claiming that you get a compensation product for your package being delivered, it's a scam. FedEx, UPS, they don't offer compensation products. They wouldn't send you an email notification like this. So be aware of this scam. It's just another version of an undeliverable package scam that we expect to see a lot more during the holidays and as the end of the year starts approaching more. So, undeliverable package scams. Again, it's when the scammer impersonates UPS, FedEx, USPS. We've seen them for other DHL, pretty much every delivery service. The scammers will impersonate them and claim there's a undeliverable package. Don't trust it. Don't fall for it. I see a few more people joining the stream. Good to see you. I think I see Lizelle in the chat over on YouTube. Good to see you. Thanks for joining. Anybody didn't hit that thumbs up yet? Give us a like. Hit that thumbs up. Help us spread awareness about these scams. Like, subscribe, follow, all that good stuff. And we count on that to help us spread awareness and get the word out. So liking our content, sharing our content, it always helps. We appreciate it. And we need more followers on Facebook so we get stars. So if you're watching on Facebook, take a moment, hit that follow button. Help us out and follow. We need to get our follower count up to 500 before we could accept stars. So we still got ways to go. And if you're watching this live stream on Facebook, help us out. Hit that follow button if you don't already. We're on Instagram too. So say hi in the chat. Say hi in the comments. I'm checking in every now and then. I might reply. And mainly monitoring the YouTube chat though. So if you have any questions or comments, want to share a story, hop on over to the YouTube stream and type in that chat. Have a lot more scam examples to go over this evening. Going for at least another hour. Probably closer to 2 hours. So still plenty of useful awareness content, examples that we'll be sharing. So share this live stream. Send a message to a loved one. Get them on here watching. Lots of good stuff still coming up. So we talked about the undeliverable package scam, and we showed you the version where they offer a compensation product. But that's a good segue into another type of scam, which is fake retail website scams. And that's almost what that scam evolved into. It went from an undeliverable package scam, right? And once you click that link to claim the product, it turns into a fake retail website. I'm going to show you some examples of these fake retail websites that you need to watch out for. And we'll go over some ways that you could end up on one of these fake retail websites to be aware of and watch out for as well. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're just joining us too, make sure to join our free mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. Again, it's free to join. We'll just send you some scam awareness updates. We'll let you know when we're going live, things like that. We won't send you emails every day or annoy you, I promise. But scamaware101.com, hit join mailing list. And you can also follow us on your favorite social media platforms, like Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. Help us out and help us spread awareness. And if you want to help financially, don't feel obligated, but we'll take it. You go to scamaware101.com/donate. You can scan the QR code on the screen. It'll take you directly there too. Or you could hit that super thanks button over there on YouTube. YouTube takes a big chunk out though, so I prefer you go to scamaware101.com/donate if you want to help out. And we appreciate it. Everything goes towards helping us spread awareness of these scams. Right now we're starting to get some products together to start offering. It'll hopefully bring in some income soon, but so far it's just pretty much been word of mouth and just trying to get the word out there. So anything financially helps. Now, let's get back to talking about some more scams and showing some more examples here. Fake retail website scams. Scammers create fake websites to sell products that are never delivered. It's also to steal your banking and payment details. Victims are lured in by unbeatable deals and lose money once they pay. These scams often target holiday shoppers or those seeking trending items. So this scam does pick up during the holidays, but it is active all year round. Recently, there was a jewelry store, I believe, that went out of business or was having a closing sale or whatever, and it was pretty well known. And what scammers did, they put up a fake retail website impersonating the jewelry store and sold a whole bunch of fake jewelry that was never delivered and stole all the money, right? So these fake retail websites, it's not just holidays you need to watch out for. You just have to be aware of them in general whenever you're going to be purchasing something at a website you've never used before. I'm going to show you some examples of these fake retail websites. And these examples are actually from the undeliverable package scam earlier. If you had clicked that button, these are some websites, some of the products it was offering. You can see it was during the holidays. They have the Black Friday sale banner across the top And what they do is they offer a free product, just pay for shipping. That's the scam. That's how they get your billing information. You know, and a lot of times the way you identify this is if an offer is too good to be true, then it probably is. You know, they're claiming that you're going to get a free pair of these wireless headphones for they're worth $175. They're saying just pay for shipping. They're saying just for $8.95 you'll get this $175 pair of wireless headphones. Too good to be true, right? Because it is. They'll actually steal any shipping or payment information you enter into this website. Now, obviously, the product will never arrive. Here's another product. Same deal. They claim this portable heater valued at $175. Just pay for shipping. $8.69. Again, it's a scam. It's too good to be true. And another example. And you can see these are all from the same scam, where they have the Black Friday banner at top and they make it seem like there's some kind of deal. But saying valued at $175, you pay $8.69 for these wireless earbuds. But again, it's a scam. Any information you enter is going to get stolen by scammers. So there's quite a few ways you could end up on these fake retail websites. You know, first way is the emails, right? In the undeliverable package scam email we just showed you, or just any emails that impersonate a vendor offering you a free product, right? There's plenty of emails out there. They might impersonate a vendor you use. It might be a vendor you never heard of before, right? But there's scammers all claiming, hey, get your free earbuds, right? So you need to watch out for these emails. That's like the number one way that people get targeted with these fake retail scams. Another way is advertisements, right? Whether it's on social media or websites, any advertisements, banner ads, things like that. Scammers can purchase advertisements just like anybody else. All right, so just because it's an advertisement doesn't mean you could trust it. And we know that scammers purchase plenty of scam ads on Facebook and other social media platforms. And we know they also purchase ads for third-party advertising services too. So you'll be on a legit website that you know and trust, right? But they'll use a third party for the ads. The third party inserts a ad to a scammer's website, right? So you could end up on one of these fake retail websites. You could end up on them by clicking on an ad on social media, clicking on an ad that you're on one of your favorite websites, getting an email that has an offer like this. You know, just pay for shipping. And then another way is the Google results. You could be searching for this product on Google and it comes up into sponsored listings. Scammers can purchase sponsored listings too on Google, right? And they do. So there are a lot of different ways you could end up on these fake retail websites. So if you're going to purchase an item from a website, make sure it's a trustworthy website. Check see if it's got reviews. Ask around, see if anybody else you know has purchased from it before. If it has no reviews or any details, that's just as bad as having bad reviews. In the examples that I'm showing you here, when I researched the websites, there was no information out on them. They were brand new. They were just registered and created to do this scam. Right? There was no details on them at all. So that's as bad as finding bad reviews. And look, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. You know. So be aware of these fake retail website scams, especially as we get closer towards the end of the year and the holidays. These always tend to pick up. How we doing out there? Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. Lots of good stuff tonight on this live stream. See a lot of new viewers. New people commenting. It's excellent. Awesome. Keep the comments coming. Love to hear from you. Share your experiences. Got some viewers on Facebook, some viewers on Instagram. Excellent. Make sure to hit that like button. Give us a thumbs up. Give us a follow. Next scam we're going to talk about are gift card received scams. And this is the email version. You get an email claiming somebody sent you a gift card, for example. Victims receive an email notification that they received a gift card. When the victim attempts to activate the gift card by clicking a link, malware is installed on their device, or a fake website is opened to steal personal information. Right? So if you get an unexpected email, unexpected notification that you received the gift card, or you can click here for a free gift card, be suspicious. In the example I'm going to share with you here, this is a scam email that impersonates Venmo. And it says your $50 gift card is here. And it says your company has given you an employee rewards card. Activate your card today. Well, this is a scam. If you click that link to activate it, you'll be taken to a fake website. It's going to steal your personal details or install malware on your device. If you get notifications like this, an email notification that you're receiving a gift card, what you should do before clicking anything, verify with the person that supposedly sent it to you. In this case, since it's an employee rewards card, you wouldn't verify with your employer if they actually sent this to you. If it claimed to be from a family member, you would reach out to the family member and confirm with them if they actually sent it to you. You're going to want to say thank you anyway, right? So reach out to that person and confirm that they actually sent it to you before you go activating it. So watch out for those gift card received email scams. Everybody loves free money, so don't see green and click on links before thinking about it. All right, I think that was just our first batch of scams that we're actually going through. Yeah. I switched around the order on this live stream of all the scams this week because I felt bad. The people that tune in from the West Coast, they always get stuck with the same scams. So I switched everything around to kind of make it unique, and maybe some of those new viewers and some viewers from the West Coast will get something different this week from it all. But yeah, so that was 5 scams. So we're 5 scams, and we got 15 more types of scams to go over with tons of examples to share and show with you. And all these scams that we're going over, they're all active, recent, and circulating scams. That's a fraction of all the scams that are out there. But the scams we focus on, that we spread awareness about, and that we share on these live streams, they're scams that target individuals. Ordinary individuals like you or me, your parents, your loved ones. These are the type of scams that everyone needs to be aware of and watch out for. And, you know, for corporations and companies and employees, there's lots of training out there for those types of scams and protecting company data and things like that. But there's not as much resources out there for individuals, like, you know, grandparent scams. You know, you're not learning about those in your employee training. So these scam awareness for individuals is important. And that's what we try to focus on here. There's not a lot of resources out there for individuals about this stuff. But it's more important than ever to be aware of these scams as an individual. Because again, these scammers, they're out to take everything you have. They're not out just to get $100. They're going to try to get into every account you have, every bank account, every retirement fund. They're going to try and take it all. They're going to lie, cheat, steal, and they do it good. They do it for a living. They do this all day. They do it in teams. There's literally call centers full of scammers. And that's what they do. They answer the phones and then handle these scams. So be aware of that. They have the technology to target everybody, right? We just talked about how that one group was sending out 100,000 scam text messages a day. And that was an old article. That was an article was from a year ago. So they were sending out 100,000 scam text messages per day. So you will be a target. You know, your loved ones will be a target. You know, it's just the question is, are you going to recognize it before the scammer could steal money from you, right? Or you got to be able to stop it before realizing it's a scam. And that's why awareness is key. With that said, we're going to keep on going. We're going to keep on going. The next batch of scams we're going to talk about are actually snail mail scams. Because believe it or not, Scammers still are using the traditional mail and postal service to scam people. They're still sending out letters, right? They didn't stop. What do you think they were doing before email? They haven't went anywhere. In fact, a lot of email scams you get are based on those old traditional mail scams, because scammers were around long before the internet. And a lot of those scams, there's snail mail versions just like there's email versions. And as an example of that, one of the first snail mail scams we're going to talk about are free gift postcard scams. So we just talked about in the email version, you have a free gift or scam, fake retail website scams. Well, here's the snail mail version. Here's a postcard. You get this postcard in your mailbox, and it's got a QR code to scan. And they're offering you wireless Bluetooth earbuds. Notice how the earbuds are the same example that was used on the fake retail website, because it's a hot item. Scammers know what items are popular, which items are hot, and they just integrate them right into their scams. Wireless Bluetooth earbuds are a hot item. That's why you see fake retail websites offering these, and that's why we see a postcard that tells you to scan this QR code. But just because it arrived in your mailbox, physically in your mailbox, that doesn't mean you could trust it. And in fact, if you scan this code, it takes you to a phishing website that captures your personal information, such as your name, address, an Amazon account, even your credit card number. At least the person who shared this example, that's what they say. Now, I could have a whole nother portion of this live stream dedicated to QR code scams. But I'm just going to mention them briefly since we're talking about snail mail scams. QR code scams have kind of breathed new life into the traditional mail scam, because now scammers can include a QR code on their letters that they're mailing out to people, and it makes it that much easier to get a victim onto a website or onto a fake website. So we're starting to see a revival of these snail mail scams. That's why you would get this postcard, got the QR code. It just takes you to the same fake website that they already have set up for these Bluetooth earbuds. And there's lots of new QR code scams that we're hearing about and being reported on. Some quick examples. Parking meter QR code scam. What scammers started doing is those parking meters that you would scan to pay, they started taking QR code stickers and putting them on top of the legit ones. So you're scanning these stickers, you think you're paying for your parking, scammers actually stealing your information. There's been reports of tickets left on people's windshield. Paper tickets. They're made to look like they're parking tickets, and they have a QR code to scan to pay them. But they're fake. If you scan the QR code, it'll take it to a fake website that you think you're paying a ticket, but it steals your information. All right? Flyers, just flyers out in the public. You have to be careful scanning QR codes. A QR code is the same thing as a link. Just like you shouldn't click on every single link without knowing what it is, you should have the same mentality with QR codes. You don't want to just go scanning a QR code that you don't trust, or that you don't know where it's going to go. And also, I realized the irony that I have a QR code on this live stream and on the screen. And I'm going to use it as an example of how you could confirm the safety of a QR code. First of all, the safest QR code is one that you don't have to scan. And that's the example that I have on my live stream here. Right under my QR code, it says scamaware101.com/donate. Right? You don't have to scan the QR code. You could just go right to the website. Right? So the safest QR code is one you don't have to scan at all. And that's why I include the URL there. You can just go right, scamaware101.com/donate. You don't even have to scan the QR code. The other thing is you always want to preview where the QR code goes. So if you do scan the QR code, you should get a preview. Right? You should get a preview of where it's going to point to that you can check. If you're going to scan the QR code, at least confirm on that preview that it's going to a trusted website or one that you know it's supposed to go to. So be suspicious of QR codes. Scan them with caution. Just like you don't want to go clicking on every link randomly. You don't want to go scanning QR codes randomly. And also be aware that a lot of scammers are using those now on snail mail scams and putting QR code scams out in public. Even in on the digital side, what scammers have been doing is they've been putting PDF file attachments with a QR code in them and sending that through email. And they'll bypass email filters, right? So someone will get an attachment, they open it, it's got a QR code to scan, they bypass the email filter. Again, not trying to get too technical. The idea is scan QR codes with caution. But let's get back to these snail mail scams now, because you can't really talk about snail mail scams without it would be wrong not to mention QR codes, in the process there. But the next snail mail scam we're going to talk about is an inheritance scam. And like I mentioned earlier, there's plenty of digital versions of this scam. There's plenty of emails that people receive impersonating law offices or saying that you're entitled to an inheritance. But there's also the snail mail version of that scam. And the way an inheritance scam works is victims are contacted with claims of a large inheritance from an unknown relative. But to claim it, they must pay fees or provide personal details. And we read about a similar scam in the headlines where it's a lottery scam. But the whole scam is to trick the victim into paying fees and taxes first. And then they never get the inheritance, they never get the prize or the winnings. So inheritance scams, lottery scams, they're similar in that way, where the scam is to trick the victim into paying fees and taxes first. And there isn't really an inheritance. There's no inheritance. The scammer runs off with the fees and the taxes. And usually, in these inheritance scams, the supposed inheritance is like $10 million. So the scammers run away with a pretty decent chunk when they trick victims into paying taxes on the supposed inheritance, right? Taxes on $10 million is going to be a lot that the scammer is going to steal. And in this example that I'm going to show you here is the letter, the snail mail letter. And this one was circulating. You see it's dated November 29th, 2024. So this is recent. This is less than a year old. And you can see this letter, it's physical snail mail letter. It has a fake letterhead that looks convincing. It looks like it's from a Canadian law firm. It has a logo up top. And the letter is addressed, the person it's addressed to. The last name of the person it's addressed to, the person they're targeting, they make the last name of the supposed deceased relative match. But other than that, we did a quick Google search. We found plenty of people reporting this exact same identical letter, receiving it. The only difference is is addressed to and the deceased relative, supposedly they both have the names changed to match. This way it's convincing. So the supposed deceased relative, their last name will match your last name if you're being targeted. But again, a quick Google search, plenty of people were reporting this exact same letter. The only difference is they changed the name to fit who they're targeting. So, and how the scam works is the scammers, they're impersonating a law office. And according to this letter, one of their clients passed away about 4 years ago from COVID-19. Their client, Dr. Maria, last name, the last name matches your last name. And because you share the same last name with their client, you're entitled to a $10 million inheritance. Life insurance policy. And the scammers, impersonating a law office, are asking to partner with you, and they'll claim the policy benefit, and they'll handle all of the processing for it. And the last paragraph here says, this is 100% risk-free. I do have all necessary documentation to expedite the process in a highly professional and confidential manner. I will provide all relevant documents to substantiate your claim as a beneficiary. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality, right? There's that red flag we were talking about earlier, asking for secrecy, asking for confidentiality. But here it is on that letter. This claim requires a high level of confidentiality. So, but again, how this scam works is they convince you that you got a $10 million, almost $11 million inheritance coming in, but then they say you just have to pay fees and taxes first. So they could scam their victims out of $1 million in fees and taxes or something like that, right? So anyway, this is a real example of a letter that's actively circulating. Snail mail, U.S. Postal Service. It impersonates the law offices and says that you're having an inheritance. Don't fall for it. It's a scam. A snail mail scam. And by the way, if it was an email saying the same thing, don't trust that either, because we've seen plenty of email versions of this scam too. So that's an inheritance scam. How we doing out there? Let me know if you're watching. Say hi in the chat, in the comments. We're streaming live on Instagram, on Facebook, YouTube. We got 2 live streams going on YouTube as well, a widescreen and a vertical, whichever one you prefer. If you're in there, say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. Hit that react button. Hit the heart. If you haven't clicked that thumbs up yet, give us a like. Click that thumbs up. Help us spread awareness of common scams. And also, if you're just joining us, my name is Jared. I'm with Scamware 101. Our mission is to spread awareness of common scams. These scams that target individuals just like you, your loved ones, and they're important to be aware of. So, as part of that mission, we do this live stream, this free live stream every week, where we share examples of scams and make you aware of common scams, so you can protect yourself and your loved ones. So please take a moment, follow us on Facebook, Instagram, all your favorite social media platforms. You could join our free mailing list. We'll send you some scam awareness updates, some tips, reminders when we're going live. We won't abuse the privilege or send you junk email, and it's free to join. So go to scamaware101.com and hit join mailing list. And we'll send you the latest info and details we can about scams. You can also follow us on all your favorite social media platforms. We're Scamaware101 is our username on all of them. But if you can't find us, we have links to each on our homepage. So check out our homepage, scamaware101.com, and follow us on all your favorite social media platforms. And of course, while you're on our website, hit join mailing list. Let me know in the comments if you've encountered these scams. A lot of scams we're talking about this evening, we also have videos about them on our YouTube channel. So you could check out our videos later and share them with a loved one. We have a red flags video, top 5 red flags, to help you identify a scammer. So you might want to check that one out. We did it earlier in the live stream, but that's a good video you might want to check out on our YouTube channel as well. Right now, we're going over some more common scams. Took some time to talk about some snail mail scams, then we'll get back into some more of the phone and text message scams. But the last snail mail scam that we have here to talk about is actually a secret shopper scam. Sometimes it's referred to as a secret survey or mystery shopper scam. And actually, we did a video about this one a couple months ago too. So everything we're about to show you now, we do have a video for our YouTube channel if you want to review it later or share it with a loved one. But the secret survey check scam or mystery shopper scam, how this works is you actually receive a letter in the mail, and the letter impersonates Walgreens, CVS, but the letter, included with the letter in the envelope, is also a check, an actual paper check. And what the letter says, it says you've been selected as a secret survey assignment, as a mystery shopper. And as your first assignment, with the enclosed check, it instructs you to deposit the check in your bank account and then go purchase 4 gift cards from Walgreens or CVS. Right? Red flag, gift cards, right? Any mention of gift cards should set off alarm bells in your head. And it's a clever way that they work in the gift cards at these scammers. Right, so they instruct you to deposit the check, purchase the gift cards, and then you take pictures and provide the gift cards to them. But here's the catch. When you deposit the check, what happens is a couple days later, it bounces. It gets rejected by the bank. But by then, it's too late. You already purchased $2,000 worth of gift cards. You've already sent them to the scammer. And now you're out of the money. So the bank bounces the check, And on top of it, they charge you a fee for depositing a bad check. So that's how this secret survey mystery shopper scam works. And we have a lot of people commenting on the video we did about this, confirming they received this letter. So this is a very active scam right now. Lots of people are receiving these letters. And there's different variations of them. For example, this one, it wants you to purchase 4 Apple gift cards, Razer gift cards, Nike gift cards, or Steam Wallet gift cards. And it instructs you to go to Walgreens or CVS. But we have another example of this scam. It works in a similar way. They impersonate Walgreens, CVS, includes a check. Different amount, but includes a check. And this one instructs the victim to purchase 3 Apple gift cards. This scammer only wants Apple gift cards. So this one instructs the victim to purchase $1,500 worth of Apple gift cards. What's unique about this one is it actually has a list of different stores to go to, though. Where in the other example, it just says Walgreens or CVS. In this example, the letter actually tells the victim a whole bunch of stores they could go to purchase the gift cards. Walgreens, Best Buy, Target, CVS, Rite Aid, Family Dollar, Meijer, Kroger, Safeway, Dollar General, Walmart, Speedway, Albertsons. Right, so this says to go there and purchase the gift cards, but he only wants Apple gift cards. So the request could vary, the amount could vary, but the scam remains the same. And they try to urge you to, once you deposit the check, they try to urge you to complete the task within 12 to 24 hours. Because the scammer knows the time is ticking then. That in about 2 days, in a day or two, you're going to be notified that the check is bad. So the clock is ticking, which is why the scammer tries to incentivize you to get you to purchase the gift cards right away after depositing the check. But anyway, watch out for this scam. It's arriving in your mailbox. Has a check included right in there in an envelope. Right, and some things to keep in mind regarding these secret survey check scams, these mystery shopper scams. Right? Scammers still use the Postal Service to target individuals with snail mail scams. Just because you receive a letter in the mail, that doesn't mean it can be trusted. Right? Don't trust unsolicited letters that include a check in the envelope. Even if a check appears legitimate, this says wait for it to clear, but don't even bother. Because you're still going to get hit with when it doesn't clear, you're going to get hit with a fee from the bank. So what you should really do is reach out to whoever the check is with and see if you can confirm that the funds are there first. But look, if you're getting some random check in the mail, chances are it's a scam. Don't get your hopes up and don't trust it. And if you're going to deposit, be aware it's very likely it could be bounced and you'll get hit with another fee. Any request to purchase gift cards should be considered a red flag. All right, scammers love receiving gift cards. Be suspicious of any request for gift cards. And then also kind of as a side note here, receiving a job offer without applying for it is a red flag. Like just getting a letter out of the blue saying, congratulations, you're a secret shopper now. It's a red flag. You never requested to be a secret shopper. All right. And also legitimate job offers won't ask you to deposit and send money back. And in this case, they do it in a tricky way. But by telling you to send them gift cards, it's the same thing as having you send money to them. All right. So anyway, watch out for these secret survey, mystery shopper scams. They're circulating right now. These letters, they're arriving through the Postal Service in people's mailboxes with a check enclosed, fake check. We're seeing people commenting on the video, and be aware of that scam. So that concludes our second batch of scams that we've been talking about this evening, which was snail mail scams. So it's just important to be aware of that. We're always being targeted by scammers. If there's a method of communication they could use, they'll use it. Whether it's traditional post office, phone calls, text messages, they stay up with the latest technology. You need to keep your guard up. Just because you receive, you're contacted in one way, doesn't necessarily mean it's more trustworthy than another, even if it's through regular mail. Keep that guard up. Be suspicious. How are you all doing out there? We usually take our second 5-minute break at this point. Got to stay caffeinated. Got to stay caffeinated so I can give you my best. Got to refill my Scamware 101 coffee travel mug, which we have available on our YouTube store. So visit our YouTube channel and you can purchase a Scamware 101 travel mug, other merchandise, various merchandise over there in the store. Help support our mission. And we're going to take that quick 5 minutes and then we're going to be back. Got like 10 more different types of scams we're going to go over. Lots of good stuff. We're going to show you some tools and software to help protect you from scams. Still lots of good stuff coming up for the final portion of our live stream over the next hour or two. So still time to share this live stream. Still time to get some more people in here as we go over more scam awareness tips, more scam examples. We're going to take that quick 5-minute break right now just to refill the coffee mug, get caffeinated for the remainder of the live stream. Click that like button if you haven't yet. Click subscribe. Click follow and stay tuned. In 5 more minutes, we're going to go over some of the most common scams circulating right now. We've got arrest warrant scams, bank impersonation scams, tech support scams. You get those annoying unpaid road toll text message scams. I got a whole bunch of examples to share with you. So lots of good stuff coming up. Stay tuned. We're going to take 5 minutes right now. And back momentarily to continue the live stream. Good stuff. Hit that like button. Let me know you're watching. All right. Got the Scamware 101 travel mug, recaffeinated, ready to go. And that's the last coffee break of this live stream, so we'll be continuing the live stream uninterrupted. Just in time for the West Coast to start joining, a little after 8 o'clock. Say hi in the chat. Let me know if you're here. We usually get a little bit of a bump from the West Coast around this time. So love to hear from you. Let me know you're watching. And if you are just joining from the West Coast, we switched the live stream around a little bit. I wanted to give you guys something different this week. So I changed around the order of the scams, and if you haven't been able to join us till late, now instead of seeing the same old scams every week, you'll see some of the ones that we usually do earlier that you miss. So lots of good scams coming up. You got about 10 more at least to go. Yeah, our next batch here, good batch of scams to be aware of, all extremely active, currently circulating, all targeting individuals like you, like your loved ones. And yeah, let me know in the chat, in the comments, share your experience. Let me know what scams you're being targeted with, ones that you hear about friends falling for, red flags to watch out for. Still lots of good stuff, so share this live stream. Still time to share it. Still time to message friends, get them to tune in. Lots of useful stuff coming up here. Also, you can join our free mailing list if you haven't yet. Make sure to join our free mailing list. We'll send you some scam awareness tips, some reminders when we're going live, let you know when we upload new videos and scam awareness content. If you're watching on Facebook, say hi in the comments. Let me know you're watching. I'm seeing the viewer count go up over there, which is pretty cool. And we need to get some more followers on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, hit that follow button and help us out. Make sure to hit that like button too if you haven't yet. Also over here on YouTube, we're actively monitoring the YouTube chat. So if you have a question or a comment, you can hop over onto the YouTube stream and type into the chat there, and I'll see it and I'll answer. See, Dave says he's driving but listening. Awesome, Dave. Appreciate it. All right. This next scam that we're going to talk about, arrest warrant scams. This one's getting a lot of attention media-wise. We're seeing a lot of warnings about this scam from local sheriff's offices and local law enforcement offices and departments. And basically how these arrest warrant scams work is a victim is contacted by a scammer impersonating law enforcement. The scammer claims an arrest warrant was issued and fines must be paid to resolve it. The scammer then threatens the victim with arrest if fines aren't paid immediately. So we did a video about this scam, and there's lots of warnings from sheriff's offices coming out about this scam, because when you think about it, the scammer is impersonating law enforcement. They're impersonating a police officer. So the sheriff's department doesn't like this, and you know, this is aggravating them. So we're seeing a response, you know, from law enforcement specifically on this type of scam, you know, trying to get the word out. And there's a few things about this scam to keep in mind about how they could be convincing, right? You get a phone call from the scammer. The scammer claims to be from the sheriff's office. The caller ID shows the sheriff's office's phone number, or it shows the police department's phone number, right? Because you have to remember that scammers can manipulate what the caller ID shows. Too many times victims have fallen for a scam because the caller ID shows a phone number that matches who the scammer claims to be. But you can't trust the caller ID like that. Scammers know how to manipulate caller ID. And in the case of these arrest warrant scams, when the scammer is calling and impersonating the sheriff's office, when they're calling the victim claiming to be from the sheriff's office, they will make the caller ID show the sheriff's office's phone number, right, to appear more realistic. So just because the caller ID shows it doesn't mean you could trust it, especially when it comes to these arrest warrant scams. Also, these arrest warrant scammers have been known to provide fake paperwork too. They'll email paperwork that's been forged, or fraudulent. It's based on real paperwork, but they just switched your name out, and they make it appear like there's an arrest warrant out for you. All right, and they'll be very You have to pay now. They'll be very threatening. We're gonna send deputies over there to arrest you immediately. Very threatening over the phone unless you pay now, right? And it could be scary. It could be a scary situation, right? So that's why you need to watch out for this scam and be aware that scammers are actually doing this. They're willing to impersonate law enforcement, and they're willing to scare you by threatening you with arrest. It's real, and they're good at what they do. Keep that in mind. Right. So anyway, what do you do if you get a call from somebody claiming that they're with the sheriff's department, there's an arrest warrant issued, which, by the way, a lot of times they'll say you missed jury duty or you missed a summons or subpoena. They'll say you missed something, a lot of times jury duty, and that's why an arrest warrant is being issued. So what do you do if you get one of these calls? Well, if you're concerned that it's actually real, which in most cases are not, but if you're concerned that it's real, you want to ask for the name of the organization that issued the warrant. So you're on the phone with the scammer. Which sheriff's office are you with? Okay. Right. Hang up and then call the organization directly. If you're concerned that the arrest warrant's real. Don't engage with a scammer. Unfortunately, there's nothing that anyone could do to verify who they are over the phone these days, like directly. You have to hang up and you have to call, a trusted phone number back or verify who you're talking with. You can't just do it on an initial phone call because anyone could make the caller ID show whoever they're impersonating. They could have information about you to be convincing. You have to always hang up, no matter how convincing it sounds. You have to hang up and call the organization back directly, right? If you're concerned that's real. You just can't trust an initial phone call anymore, no matter what. But anyway, again, a couple key points. Scammers can manipulate the phone number shown on caller ID. Always remember that. Always keep that in mind. You can't trust. Just because caller ID says something doesn't mean you can trust it. Scammers provide fake paperwork to convince victims an arrest warrant is real. We see that happening a lot in these arrest warrant scams. In the video we released, we include some more examples of that fake paperwork and went into a little bit more detail. So check out the arrest warrant scam video we released on our YouTube channel. And if someone urges you to make immediate payment over the phone, it's always a red flag, right? If they're pushing you to make an immediate payment, do it now. It's a red flag. So watch out for these arrest warrant scams. They're picking up. There's so many warnings coming out from sheriff's offices about these. And again, they manipulate the caller ID. They make it look like it's actually a sheriff's office. So don't fall for it. Be aware of it. And also, sometimes those are referred to as jury duty scams because they'll say you missed jury duty. That's why an arrest warrant is being issued. Next scam we're going to talk about, which, by the way, let me know in the chat if you received any of these phone calls, impersonating law offices or sheriff's offices or police departments. I want to hear your stories. Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the comments. So this next scam we're going to talk about, and we'll show you a couple examples of this, bank impersonation scams. Important to be aware of this one. It's extremely dangerous. If someone tricks you into thinking they're your bank, and you let your guard down, they pretty much give them the keys to the castle and access to your accounts, right? So scammers love to impersonate the bank. They'll usually claim suspicious activity was detected under your account. Victims are then tricked into withdrawing and transferring funds to the scammers that are impersonating the bank. And again, the caller ID might even display the bank's phone number, even though it's a scammer. Okay, bank impersonation scams happening a lot right now. And even when the initial scam doesn't involve the bank, like initial scams just trick you into getting on a phone. Once they get you on the phone, they'll impersonate the bank or someone associated with the bank. Always be suspicious of anybody calling you, contacting you in any way, whether it's an email claiming to be from the bank, a phone call claiming to be the bank, a text message claiming to be the bank. You need to be suspicious because there's so many scams that impersonate the bank. And a lot of times these scammers, they know what bank you use. Unfortunately, they know a lot about us and they might already know the bank you use. So they know what bank to impersonate as well. All right, so extremely important to be aware of these bank impersonation scams. And in the first example I'm going to share with you is a text message example of a bank impersonation scam, but there's a story that comes along with it. All right, so on my screen you can see a text message that it claims to be from TD Bank, and it's trying to verify card activity. Did you attempt a transaction for $250 at Walgreens? Reply yes if recognized or no if not. Right. Well, there's a story that goes along with this text message example, and I'll show you some red flags and how you can identify that this is a fake text message, a scam text message. We'll show you in a few minutes how to identify those. But the story that comes along with this example is that before receiving this text message, the person who submitted this received a phone call immediately before. She didn't answer a phone call, but the incoming phone call showed TD Bank's phone number. It showed that the call was coming from TD Bank, and she didn't answer it. Immediately after not answering it, she got this text message, this scam text message. All right. So the reason I tell you that is because it's important to realize that the scammers called before sending this text. And when they called, it did show TD Bank on the caller ID, even though it wasn't TD Bank. And that's a tactic that the scammers use. A lot of times, they'll tell victims to look at the caller ID. They'll say, hey, look at the caller ID. Doesn't it say TD Bank is on the phone? See? You can trust it. But that's all part of the scam. So she gets a phone call, says it's from TD Bank. She doesn't answer it. That was the first attempt by a scammer. Immediately after not answering it, she gets this text message. Right? And there's a couple red flags that indicate this isn't actually TD Bank. The first red flag is that the text message came from an actual phone number. If this had been from TD Bank, it would have came from one of those short code phone numbers. Right? And what I mean by that is sometimes you get a text message and it only shows like a 5-digit code as a phone number. 5-digit phone number for better lack of term. But anyway, when it's from a bank, usually it'll be from a short number, not an actual full phone number. I'm going to go find an example to show you. Unfortunately, I'll have it right for next live stream. I'll go a couple of examples, show you how it would look if it was actually from TD Bank. But anyway, that's red flag number one. It came from an actual phone number, not a short code phone number. The second red flag was it didn't indicate the account number. There would have been some indication of the account, like the last 4 digits of the account, for example. It won't just say card activity. It would have said account number with at least 4 digits of account. So that was red flag number 2. It didn't indicate the account number at all. All right. And then red flag number 3 was just the capitalization is off. Like the T in transaction is capitalized for no reason. The N in not is capitalized for no reason. There's a strange capitalization going on here. And that's always a red flag or indicator. It's not really from the banker who is claiming to be from. So those are some red flags that you could recognize this as a scam. But if you engage this, if you replied to this text message and engage with the scammer, eventually they're going to try to either get information out of you through the text message, or they're going to try to get on the phone with you and get into your bank accounts. They might try to log in and say, hey, send me that code that you just received. And you think you're dealing with the bank. But you give that code, you just give them access to your bank account. It could go in many directions if you engage with this type of scam. So be aware that scammers are doing this. And what you should do is any notification, any unsolicited contact by a scammer or by anybody claiming to be from your bank, what you should do is, if you're concerned that it's real, that it could be real, right? Call your bank directly. Don't call any numbers or click any links that came in the email or text message, but call your number, call your bank directly. And you can do that by looking at the back of your bank card if you want to find out the phone number to call. But you call your bank directly and say, hey, I got this notification. Is this real? That's how you would handle this. Don't call a number on here. Don't reply to the text message. So that's a bank impersonation scam. Important to be aware of that. And, we're being attacked from all angles with this scam, too. We get emails that try to trick you. They claim to be from the bank and try to trick you into clicking a link. They take you to fake websites and steal your bank passwords, your login details, right? We get text messages, like a text message I just showed you. They say that there's a transaction or try to trick you into replying. All right, and then there's phone calls that we mentioned as well, where we know the scammers, they'll put the number of the bank on the caller ID. All right, just like this article that was on Yahoo News last year. Young Connecticut woman had her bank account drained by scammers after answering trusted Wells Fargo number. All right. I did everything they said to do. They literally drained my bank account, she explained. And it all started when she saw a familiar phone number on her caller ID. She said, I got a call from a Wells Fargo number saying that I had fraudulent activity on my account and that a random person was being sent money from Zelle, she recalled. Which, by the way, Zelle is also a red flag. You know, if someone is telling you to send money on a Zelle or something's happening with Zelle, you know, red alerts should go on in your head because scammers like to get paid through Zelle too. They told me to go onto my account and that I needed to secure my Zelle by sending money. That'd go back to my account right after. So that's how they trick the victim into transferring money. They trick them into doing it using Zelle. Because the bank won't refund Zelle. It's considered a separate service and you're transferring money that, you know, it's not insured if you transfer it to a scammer. But anyway, that's what happened to her. And in this case, it was a phone call that had Wells Fargo's phone number showed up on a caller ID. So, if you take anything away from this, as far as bank impersonation scams go, don't trust any phone call that claims to be from your bank, even if the caller ID shows the phone number to the bank. You need to hang up, call back your bank directly, you know, confirm, you know, what's happening. How are we doing out there this evening? Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. A lot more good scam examples coming up here. I see some viewers over on Facebook. Say hi in the comments. Say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching on Facebook. Share your stories. What scams are you being targeted by? What scams do you want to hear about? And make sure to hit that follow button. We need to get our follower count up. So help us spread awareness. Hit follow, hit like. And still some good stuff coming up on this live stream tonight. So still time to share it with a friend and message it to a friend and get them on here. So hit that like button. Hit that follow button over on YouTube. If you're watching on there, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't yet. Let's get some more people up in here. Now, our goal is to spread awareness about these scams. And these scams target individuals, right? Regular old individuals, you, me, your loved ones. So it's important to be aware of all these scams. That's why we do this live stream every week, to help spread awareness. We're trying to put something good out there. And you know, you could help us by, you know, with simple things like clicking like and subscribing and commenting. It helps our info get out there. But if you really want to get behind the mission, you want to help out financially, we appreciate that too. And you go to scamaware101.com/donate. Or you can scan the QR code on the screen. We also have the super thanks enabled over on YouTube too. So if you're watching on YouTube, you could hit that thanks button and send us a couple bucks too. But if you want to donate and help the cause, scamaware101.com/donate. Also, make sure to join our free mailing list. We'll send you updates and reminders when we're going live. We'll send you some useful scam awareness tips and new content when we create some new videos. So make sure to join our free mailing list on scamaware101.com. We won't abuse the privilege. You can unsubscribe at any time. I know people hate giving away their emails. I understand. But trust me on this one. Scamaware101, join mailing list. Unsubscribe at any time. And if I'm lying to you, you know where to find me. I'm on here every week. Go hunt me down in one of the live stream chats. You can follow us on your favorite social media platforms. Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. So again, the likes, the subscribes, the follows, they'll help. So we appreciate it. A lot of scams that we're talking about this evening, we have videos that go along with them on our YouTube channel too. Like the arrest warrant scam we just talked about. We have a video on our YouTube channel that shows some more examples of the fake paperwork. It shows some clips of some of the warnings from the sheriff's offices. So our videos always include a little bit more on there for you. And this tech support scam is the next scam we're going to talk about here. And this one is an important scam to be aware of. Older folks seem to be the most common victim of this one, but everybody is also a target. But especially older folks, make sure they're aware of this scam, these tech support scams. And what they are is victims receive a fake virus alert on their device and are tricked into calling a fake tech support phone number. The victim is unknowingly connected to a scammer who requests access to their device. The scammer then steals personal and financial information from the victim. Right? So these tech support scams, I'm going to show you some examples of these fake virus alerts too. But the main thing is how these tech support scams work is oftentimes they trick the victim into calling them. Right? The victim gets a big scary pop-up on their computer. You're infected with a virus. Call this number. They call that number, they get connected to a scammer. And this is one of those cases where the scammer a lot of times will actually try to access the victim's device. Oh, I'm with tech support. I'll be happy to help. Let me connect to your computer. But once you let the scammer in and they're on your computer, it's all bad news. They can steal all your files, your data, extract your logins, try to get into your bank accounts. You don't want to let these the bad guys onto your device. So in the examples I'm going to share of these tech support scams, I'm going to show you some fake pop-ups to be aware of. But before we do that, one other note to be aware of is there have been situations and cases where scammers have called people over the phone. They've reached out over the phone and called victims and said, hey, I'm with Microsoft and we see you have a virus, right? And they'll impersonate tech support at Microsoft that way. So be aware of them reaching out to you impersonating tech support. But in most cases, and in the examples I'm going to share with you, are these fake virus alerts. And those are some of the most common ways to trick victims into these tech support scams, which again, the whole point of it is to trick victims into calling a fake tech support number. You know, they think they're working with tech support, but they're actually dealing with a scammer. And look, I've heard horror stories about this one, about older folks that are retired losing their entire life savings to these scammers. So again, these guys are ruthless. Be aware of these tech support scams. Make sure your loved ones are aware too. We also did a video about this one too. But here's the first couple examples I'm going to share with you. They're just some generic versions of some fake pop-ups you might get, just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. Then I'll show you some more convincing ones. But you'll be minding your own business, browsing the internet, and boom, you get this pop-up. And again, it doesn't matter what device you're using. You could be on your Windows desktop. You could be on your Apple iPhone, your MacBook, your laptop, your iPhone. Did I say iPhone already? Your mobile device, right? Every device is susceptible to this kind of scam, because if you're able to browse the internet, you could get one of these fake pop-ups on that device. All these are web pages that are made to look like they're a virus alert. So in this case, you can see big scary warning, all in red, 5 viruses detected. Right? Call us immediately at, and then it has a number to call, and then a list of scary things that could happen if you don't. System crashing, file deletion, theft of personal data, Wi-Fi loss, infections on other devices. Right? All scary stuff. So someone sees this and they think, oh no, let me call this number. They're calling a scammer. It's a scam. If they call that number, the scammer's going to try to get onto their device. But you can see how the scammers use fear to trick the victim into calling. Here's another example. Warning, check your computer now. All right, data exposed to risk. Your credit card details and banking information, your email passwords, your Facebook, your private photos. All right, it says call this number immediately for assistance on how to remove potential viruses. All right, but this is all part of scam. If you call that phone number, you'll be connected to a scammer. Right? Because remember, these scammers, they're literally sitting in a call center waiting for incoming calls. Their job is to scam people that call. And here's another example. And in this one, you can see the address bar up top. So you could tell it's actually a web page. It's not a real virus alert. But to someone not so computer savvy, or someone that, they don't think to check that, it could be scary. Especially if they think, oh no, I have a virus, right? Again, big scary letters, all capitals, warning, your computer may be infected. To remove viruses, call tech support now, and then it has a number to call. But again, you call that number, connects you to a scammer, and it's no good. Scammers going to try to steal your information, try to get on your devices, clear out your bank accounts. So it's important to be aware of this type of scam. And if you ever get a virus alert that pops up and it has a phone number to call, it's not real. Real virus alerts don't say to call this number, right? They don't have a phone number to call. They just say, warning, you're infected, and they have a button to scan. They don't have a phone number to call. So if you see a pop-up like this that says to call this number, be suspicious. It's a scam. So those are some generic-looking fake virus alerts. But let me show you some more convincing ones. And let me know in the comments if you've ever received these fake virus alerts. So this first one, much more convincing. It impersonates McAfee antivirus. The same colors, has the logo there. Action required. Your computer is infected. Call McAfee helpline. And it's got a phone number to call. But that's not the McAfee helpline. If you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. And you can see in this example, again, you can see an address bar at the top. So you could tell that this isn't a real pop-up. This is actually a web page that's designed by scammers to look like a pop-up. And also, again, if it has a phone number listed, it's fake. Real virus alerts won't have a phone number to call. So that's a fake virus alert impersonating McAfee. It's part of a tech support scam. Don't fall for it. Don't call that number. There's another example. This one impersonates Norton by Symantec. Threats detected. Call support. System critically infected. If you are not able to click on this button, immediately contact support. All right, system hard drive may fail. Do not close the page until the issue is resolved. All right, now there's a couple spelling issues on this pop-up that kind of give away. It's got two L's and until, and the capitalization is weird all over the place. So there's little giveaways there. And again, if it shows a phone number, it's not a real virus alert. A real virus alert wouldn't have a phone number to call. What's funny about this one that's impersonating Norton and Symantec, though, is it says if you're not able to click on this button, call this number. But the alert itself is designed for the button not to work. So the victim goes to click on go or whatever to try and fix it. It doesn't work. And then they see if you're not able to click on the button, call this number. But that's all part of the scam. It's just another little clever way they try to trick victims into calling the scammer hotline. So you get a pop-up like this, has a number. Don't trust it. It's a scam. Here's one that impersonates Windows Defender. Security warning. Access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. It's got the Microsoft logo. It says that it's Microsoft, and it says contact Windows Support. All right, but that's not Windows Support's phone number. If you call that number, it's going to connect to a scammer. And here's one more example that impersonates Windows Defender. Right, it could be convincing. It's got the logo, Microsoft logo. It's got the colors. Looks very professional, legit. But this is a fake pop-up that's just designed to look like Windows Defender. And that says contact Windows Support. It says access to this PC has been blocked for security reasons. Threat detected. Contact Windows Support. But again, that's not Windows Support's phone number. If you call that number, you'll be connected to scammer. They'll impersonate Windows Support. They'll pretend that you're talking to Microsoft. But it's actually a scammer, and they're going to try to get onto your device. So they could steal all your banking information, your login. They're going to try to steal everything they can once they get onto your device. And that's how a tech support scam works. They trick you into dealing with a scammer, and you think it's tech support. One other note about this type of scam, these tech support scams, is I mentioned that everybody's vulnerable to this type of scam, no matter what device you're using, whether it's a iPhone, a Windows desktop, because as long as you're browsing the internet, you could get one of these fake pop-ups. And just to show you a couple more examples, this one targets Apple users, Apple, Mac, right? And in this case, it even has Safari logo. Your Mac computer has 13 infections. Again, all big red letters. It's got the Safari logo there. Virus found. Please call tech support as soon as possible. Has that whole list of scary data at risk, your credit card details, email passwords, Facebook, private photos. Someone says your webcam could be accessed remotely by hackers. All right, but if you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. They'll impersonate Apple and tech support, but they're going to try to get on your device, and it's all a scam. There's another one. Warning, macOS is infected with viruses and other malicious applications. Viruses must be removed and system damage repaired. It is necessary to call Apple support, and it has a phone number to call. You see it has the Apple logo. It says Apple Care. It's very convincing looking. It's very realistic looking. All right, but if you call that number, you just fell for a tech support scam. Here, one more example. Impersonates Apple. Call Apple helpline. It's got the Apple logo. All right, but if you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. Warning, macOS is infected with spyware. This example is from a couple years ago, but it's still relevant. So anyway, tech support scams, they're a big deal. They're a big deal. Make sure you're, especially the older folks out there, make sure the older folks in your life are aware of this one. Look, when it comes to these tech support scams, what I always tell people is everybody should have their computer go-to person, their computer guy, their computer tech, the computer person they go to when they need help, right? So if you get some kind of pop-up, a warning message or a virus or even a phone call from somebody claiming to be tech support, there's no reason to deal with them, right? If you get a pop-up that says you have a virus, if you're concerned it's real, call your tech support person. Don't call the phone number shown on the screen. Don't trust a stranger. Reach out to that trusted person that you already know and deal with when you need computer help. Whether it's that family member that's good with computers or the tech support department at your work could help you out, right? Or the local computer shop down the street, right? But don't trust random phone numbers and strangers. Don't give them access to your device, especially when you get some random pop-up or unsolicited phone call claiming you have a virus. It's a very common scam, and it can be scary, right? You get those big flashing alerts with red letters. In some cases, there's been alerts that they play, warning, you're infected. They play it out your speakers on loop. Warning, you're infected. Warning, you're infected. Right? So it could be scary and intimidating, and people they call a number. They freak out and call a number. So that's exactly what you don't want to do. You don't want to call that number because that's how the scammers get you. So anyway, watch out for those tech support scams. Make sure your loved ones are aware of those tech support scams. How we doing out there this evening? This Thursday evening, one more day to go into the weekend. Hope everybody's enjoying their week out there. Let me know you're watching in the chat. Say hi. Not really monitoring the stream count much, but we're on Instagram streaming live. We're on Facebook streaming live. I think we've got some more viewers popping up on Facebook, so make sure to say hi in the Facebook chat. Hit that follow button. Give us a like. We need to get our follower count up on Facebook. So if you're watching on Facebook, definitely hit that follow button. Help us out. Help us get our followers up. We can't accept stars until we hit 500 followers on Facebook. So that's our goal here. Help us hit 500, and then we could eventually start accepting some stars here on Facebook. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, though, welcome to the live stream. I'm Jared with Scamware 101. And our mission here is to spread awareness about common scams that target individuals, just like you and your loved ones. We're streaming live here on YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. And on this live stream, we do it weekly, and we go over 20 different types of scams. We share all examples to make you aware of what emails to watch out for, phone calls, text messages. Really, we're being targeted from all angles by scammers. And it's important to be aware of how to spot them and recognize them. And that's what we try to do here at Scamware 101, is simply spread awareness. And we have a YouTube channel that we release videos, so make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel. A lot of scams we're talking about tonight, and including this road toll scam that we're about ready to talk about. We have a video about that one. So you go check out our YouTube channel. We share some videos. You can follow us on Facebook, because we're most active. And stay current and up to date about scams, so you can be prepared, protect yourself, protect your loved ones. This next scam that we're going to talk about is road toll scams. And look, so many people have gotten these fake road toll scams. In fact, let me know in the chat, in the comments, if you've received any of these text messages. But almost every week I'm getting new reports about these road toll text messages. They've impersonated so many different transportation agencies claiming that there's an unpaid toll. And basically what this scam is scammers impersonate road toll services like Easy Pass, SunPass, Fast Track, and they claim that an unpaid toll is due. Victims are usually contacted by text message or email containing a link to pay. However, the link opens a fake website designed to steal any personal or financial information entered by the victim. There never was an unpaid toll due. Right? So we've been seeing this scam pick up a lot over the past year. We did a video about this one mid last year, and even since then we saw it increase so much over the last 6 months. Whichever scam group is behind this is using AI to consistently generate new versions and new text messages to send out. They're impersonating different agencies. On this graphic on my screen here, we have SunPass, Peach Pass, North Carolina Quick Pass, Good to Go, Easy Pass, North Texas Tollway Authority, Fast Track, Drive Easy Maryland. That just names a few organizations that these scammers were impersonating when they send out these unpaid toll texts. Since I made this graphic, we've seen examples of them impersonating the DMV or Easy Drive Massachusetts. So there's really no limit to who they're impersonating to try and trick people into paying for these fake road tolls. They always pick up during the holidays when there's holiday travel. So beware of that one. And let me show you some examples about what these text messages could look like here. And there's so many different variations. But just to give you an idea, if you get any of them at all, don't trust them. Any text message claiming you owe a toll, don't trust it. If you're concerned that it's real, check your app, right? Check your app and see if you have any tolls due in there. Or go to the website directly. Don't trust any links. So here's one example. Final reminder. Toll payment deadline approaching. Your outstanding toll fee is due by March 28th. Failure to pay may result in suspension of vehicle registration, financial penalties, damage to your credit score. Make the payment right away to avoid these consequences. And it's got a link to a fake website. So that's one version of this fake toll scam. I'll show you another version. You see, this one came from a number outside of the U.S. It came from the Philippines, plus 63. But we see that a lot on these scam text messages. A lot of them seem to come from the plus 63 in the Philippines. But in this text message, we see the toll roads notice of toll evasion. You have an unpaid toll bill on your account. To avoid late fees, pay within 12 hours, or the late fees will be increased and reported to the DMV. And that's a link to the fake website. And then also notice how in this example it has the instruction we mentioned earlier. Please reply yes and exit and reopen the message. We see that a lot on scam text messages. That's always a red flag. The scammers want you to reply and then they want you to reopen. So that's always a red flag when you see it at the bottom of the text messages. But anyway, this is just another example of the unpaid road toll scam. I'll show you another. Pay your fast track lane tolls by January 24th, 2025. To avoid a fine and keep your license, you can pay at. And then there's a link to the fake website, and you can see the instruction at the bottom. Please reply yes and exit and reopen. All right, so there's the red flag. But you can see all the different variations of this unpaid road toll scam. There's been cases where you get a text message and it only has an attachment, PDF attachment. Right, now I mentioned earlier, never open or trust attachments you weren't expecting. Right, but if you did open this one, we did it, so you don't have to. Right, you can see this just says toll violation notice. That's a whole letter making it appear like you missed a toll, and it has a pay now link. This one claims to be from the Toll Enforcement Authority. Right, so you get a text message that has an attachment like that. It's a scam. So scammers get creative. Just to give you an idea too. Here's what the original version of the scam looked like before they started getting all fancy and inserting dates and due dates and things like that. But you can see, they impersonate California toll services, North Carolina toll services, Illinois tollway, Ohio toll services, Virginia toll services, New Jersey toll point, Pennsylvania turnpike, New York toll services, Florida SunPass. So I just want to give you an idea of these scammers will impersonate any transportation agency that they can. And they're just sending out messages like these all over the place. So be suspicious of any messages claiming to be from a toll service, even if you had been in the area, right? I had someone ask me like, hey, how did they know I was in Florida last week when I got that text message? How did they know I was in Massachusetts that last week when I got that text message? They didn't. But to scammers, it's a numbers game. They know that a certain amount of people that they text have been in Florida. A certain amount have been in Massachusetts. So they know that a certain amount of people will get a text message that says your toll, Florida SunPass toll, and they'll believe it because, well, they were in Florida last week, coincidentally. right? It's a numbers game. Some people are going to have that coincidence, and it's convincing to them, like, oh, well, this must be real. I was in Florida last week, or Massachusetts. Oh, I was in Massachusetts last week. I guess I should go to Easy Drive MA, and right. But it's part of a scam. So even if it seems like there's coincidences like that, it's a numbers. It's a numbers game. It's not as coincidental as you think. Again, notice on this example has a please reply yes at the bottom again. That instruction, that's a red flag a lot of times. So let's say you clicked on the link, which you should never do, but let's say you did. What will happen is it might take it to a website that looks like this. In this example, Washington State's good to go service, right? But this is the scam website. This is a website the scammers put up, and it looks legit, right? It's got the Washington State Department of Transportation logo. It's got the colors. So you click that link, you'll be taken to this fake website that could look like this. And then you click pay, and here it is, ready to steal your payment details. All right, so that's how these road toll scams work. They scare you, they make you think a toll is due, click the link, end up on a fake website that steals your payment and banking details. So be aware of this one, extremely common. Picks up during the holidays too because of holiday travel, but this one's been busy all year round, many different versions. Just be suspicious of any communication claiming that you owe a toll. Make sure to confirm and verify. Don't click the link. Don't call a phone number. Verify it separately. We did a video about this scam too. You can check it out on our YouTube channel. We were actually pretty ahead of the curve on this one. We came out with this video early when the scam was first starting to be reported about, and it took off since then, in the last 6 months. So let me know in the chat if you're watching. I see John is still there. Good to see you, John. We got a poll going on the YouTube chats too, just if you joined the mailing list or not. Taking a yes or no poll. We're at 67% yes in one chat and 50% in the other. Cool. Let's get those numbers up though. Anybody's not joined yet, hit that. Go to scamware101.com and hit join mailing list. It's free, nothing to lose. It's all good stuff. We're streaming live on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. I see Juan over there on Instagram. Said hi to Juan. Good to see you over there on Instagram. Hit that heart and share it, Juan, so you get some more people in here. So I see a little bit of chat here. Dave, a couple of red flags for me would be the vulgarity and the rep would use. Right, yeah. Yep. Chatter in the background. Yep. Yeah, it was funny. So Dave's mentioning in the chat when scammers call you, you'll hear like reps talking in the background, right? Which is funny. That's actually a common sales tactic too. A salesperson they want to make it sound like there's a whole team of salespeople and he's with a big company in the background. But scammers will use that same tactic too. I don't know if the voices you hear in the background are actually real or not. No, in a scammer's case, I'm sure it is. They got the call centers with a whole bunch of people there just talking and scamming everybody. Yeah, I think you're right, Dave. That's definitely, when the scammers are calling you, a lot of times you'll hear the other scammers in the background on other phone calls. If you listen hard enough, you could probably hear them even scamming other people. But let's continue. We're getting there. We're almost, I think we're on the 15th scam out of 20. So we're getting towards the end of the list here. We still got a good 45 minutes left though. So keep staying tuned here. We still got more scams we got to go over and show you some tools and software. So next scam we're going to talk about here is wrong number scams. This is actually our most popular video on our YouTube channel. We released a wrong number scam video, and we have over 99,000 views. We're almost up to 100,000 views, so it'll be the first video we had that hit 100K, hopefully soon. But yeah, wrong number scams. So this is when scammers reach new victims by sending text messages to random phone numbers. When someone replies, wrong number, the scammer attempts to continue the conversation and build a trust with the victim. As trust is gained, this type of scam evolves into a romance or pig butchering scam that ultimately steals money from the trusting victim. Right? So, these wrong number scams, they try to take advantage of people's kindness, and they're tricky because they could start with just any random message that you get. Right? They could start, the whole point is they want you to reply and say, sorry, wrong number, or who is this? They want to get interaction from you so they can start talking to you. So you'll just receive a completely random message that says something like, excuse me, is this Emma? Or hey, Anna, I'm Josie. Or it can even start with just a simple message that says, hi, from an unknown number, right? So a lot of people's natural instinct is to reply, be like, who is this? Do I know you? Right? But that's what the scammer wants. They're trying to trick you into responding. So they make you think that you got a wrong number. Right? So you reply back. Let me show you some examples of how this scam works. Which, by the way, you should never reply back to these text messages. And really, my advice is, even if you don't know if it's a scam or not, or a legit, don't reply back at all. You know, if it's a legit wrong number, they'll figure it out. It's just not worth replying back to the scammer, letting them know that you read the message and it's an active phone number. Right? And if you've ever wondered why you get so many wrong number text messages, this is why. Because it's a scam. But let me show you some examples of how this could go. Right? Text message, completely random out of blue. I'm Margaret, you Lillian. No, I'm Izzy. Right? Scammer replies back, I'm really sorry. I think I made a mistake between your number and Lillian's number when saving a number. I hope I didn't disturb your good day. Right? The victim replies back, that's okay. At this point, the conversation should end. But it's a wrong number scam. So the scammer's going to keep trying to talk. Right? It's already been established it's a wrong number, but you're going to keep going. Thank you for your understanding and patience. You're a kind person. I hope you have a good day today. I'm 36 years old. Would you mind telling me your age? Right? And this is how they try to get the conversation going after a wrong number. They start asking about you. Like in this case, what's your age? In this other example, completely random message starts off with, have a cup of coffee together sometime. Right? So the person that receives the message replies back, who is this? That's exactly what the scammer wanted. They wanted the person to reply back, who is this? Right? Scammer replies back, whom? That's my friend Lauren. I'm Zoe. Person replies back, yeah, wrong number. At this point, conversation should end. Right? But because it's a wrong number scam, the scammer's going to keep going. They're going to try to keep the conversation going, even though it's been established as a wrong number. Right? So the scammer says, I'm sorry, I thought this was Laura's number. I think I dialed the wrong number or area code. I hope I'm not bothering you. Right? Victim replies back, nah, you're good. Have a great day. Right? But the scammer keeps going. Thank you for your kindness to my situation. I just realized I entered the wrong area code. Where are you from? Right? So they start going into that line of questioning. In this case, they start with, where are you from? Last one says, what is your age? And I have another example to share here with you. And this is one that just starts with a random message that says, hi. Reply back. This was actually one we did just to see where it went and use it as an example. But it started with a random message that says, hi. Reply back, hi, who's this? I'm Karina. Are you David? We met last week at Linda's party. You picked this number for me. Sorry, you have the wrong number. Right? At that point, conversation should end. Should be no reason to keep talking, but because it's a wrong number scam, the scammer's going to keep going. They're going to try to get a conversation going. They're going to try to keep talking and learning about you. And in this case, the scammer replies back, oh my gosh, I checked and found out I entered the wrong area code. I hope this doesn't bother you. We reply back, yeah, that's okay, no problem. Again, conversation should end. Scammer keeps going. Thank you very much. You're a very friendly and polite person. I hope we can be friends. Nice to meet you. My name is Karina. What can I call you? Right, so asking my name. We replied back Pat, just to mess with them. Could be a guy, could be a girl. Where we replied back Pat. They reply, you have a beautiful name. I'm from Malaysia, currently living in Los Angeles. Where do you live? So now they're asking us where we live. Right? So in all these examples I've shown you, they've asked our location, where we live, our age, our name. right? They try to gather information about you, and then they determine what scam to proceed with, right? Which is usually a romance or pig butchering scam, right? So the wrong number portion of this scam is you get the message, it's a wrong number, but they try to build trust and keep the conversation going. That's the wrong number scam. Then once they build their trust, build your trust, it evolves into some other type of scam, whether it's romance or pig butchering scam, where you try to get your money. One more example of a wrong number scam to share. This was one that was sent to me last year. Hi, Byron, I'm Jane, right? And then they attach a picture. So I want to share this example because it just shows that scammers, they'll attach pictures and try to use other incentives to get responses from people, you know. And in this case, you can see this original text message came in at 1:58 p.m., right? And I didn't reply. I knew it was a scam. And 4 hours on the dot, 5:58 p.m., you get a follow-up text. Have you gotten the pictures I sent? Right? So this is a good example of a bot. And what I mean by that is this bot is just sending out 100,000 text messages a day, right? We already established that earlier, that these scammers can send out hundreds of thousands of text messages a day, right? So here's a bot that's sending out hundreds of thousands of text messages a day saying, hi, Byron, I'm Jane, and attaching a picture, right? And then all the numbers that don't reply, 4 hours later, it sends a follow-up. Have you gotten the pictures I sent? So it's a bot. It's programmed. It's sending hundreds of thousands of people the same message, right? And I mentioned earlier how the wrong number scam is our most popular video on YouTube. So we have a lot of comments on it. And there's a lot of comments from viewers confirming they received the exact same message, exact same picture, right? So you need to be aware of this stuff. I think Dave confirmed that he received this one in the comments too. So watch out for these wrong number scams. They'll try to trick you into replying. How are we all doing out there? Let me know in the chat if you're watching. Have some more scam examples to share with you here. All scams that target individuals, important to be aware of so you can protect yourself, protect your loved ones from becoming a victim to these scams. So I want to spend a few minutes to talk about some tools and software and some resources that you could use as far as scam awareness goes, protecting yourself from scams. And then after that, we'll go into our last batch of scam examples. So we still got about a good 45 minutes left of this live stream, so stay tuned. Lots of good stuff coming up here. But right now, we're going to take a look at the tools and software section that we have set up here on our scamaware101.com website. I mentioned earlier, we're trying to turn our website into a one-stop source for all scam awareness information, examples, tips, things like that. And one of the areas I want to show you is the tools and software section of our website. So you go to scamaware101.com, and before you click on tools and software, click join mailing list. It's free. But you go to scamaware101.com and click tools and software. And then we have some links to, these are all third-party tools. You know, it's nothing that's actually provided by us, but they're reliable third-party tools and resources that you could use. And the first 4 links that we have listed here are data breach lookup tools. I want to tell you why these are important. Unfortunately, scammers know a lot of information about you already. And it's because a lot of your information has been stolen from third parties. Third-party retailers that you've used, third-party websites that you've used, third-party websites that you've made purchases on. Right? The information you've used on those sites when you've purchased it, the bank account information you've entered, the credit card details you've entered, your logins, the username and password for that site. This information gets stolen by hackers, right? These companies get breached, these third parties that have your information, and it gets stolen by hackers. And eventually gets released on the dark web. So what does this all mean? It means that scammers know a lot about you. That's how I mentioned earlier, a lot of times they'll know what bank you have already. They'll know what bank to impersonate when they're targeting you, because that's common information that third parties will have about you. Any third parties that are depositing into your bank or withdrawing from your bank, if they've been breached, now your bank information, or at least partial numbers, are out there, or at least your bank name, right? So there's all this information about you that's floating out there. And the point is, scammers use this information to make their scams more believable when they're targeting you. You know, they know what bank to impersonate, or they know what vendor to impersonate. The other thing is passwords. A lot of times, they have access to your accounts. They'll have access to your passwords because they've been leaked from these data breaches. Anyway, the whole point of your information being out there, scammers using it against you, we have links to these data breach lookup tools. You could put in your email address, you could put in your phone number, and it gives you a report of your information that has been out there, your information that has been leaked in these data breaches. You know, any accounts attached to your email address, any accounts attached to your phone number, it'll tell you what information may have been exposed about you, and it'll also tell you what logins and passwords have been exposed about you. So it could be a little scary. You click these links, put in your information, it's going to come back. It might tell you some passwords. You'll be like, how does it know my password? Right? So it's important to use these links, see what information about yourself is out there, especially if there's any passwords of yours out there that you're using still. At least you could tell from this, like, go change your passwords. Because they'll take that login, they'll take your email address, your password, and they'll use it against your bank account. They'll try it against other accounts to get access to it. So you do these lookups. These are 4 links, 4 trustworthy sites. They're free to do a report. They might try to sell you identity monitoring afterwards, but to get the initial report is free. So use all 4. Go check each one. Each one returns back different information. Some take your email address, some take your phone number, some take both. Use both on the ones that do. There's some trustworthy links, and at least you can find out what information is out there about you and exposed about yourself. And you can be more prepared and aware if scammers target you with that information. You know, we mentioned earlier, a great example was the Geek Squad scam we mentioned earlier. And no, the Coinbase one, I'm sorry, the Coinbase scam. That Coinbase users were getting text messages, you know, saying that click here to activate your Coinbase account or log in your Coinbase account, whatever. But the scammers already had a list of Coinbase users to target because of this type of breach. Right? And in fact, if you look up your email address, your phone number, if you're a Coinbase customer, that breach might actually come back on the list of things that are exposed about you. And that's why it's important to be aware. You run this check, you see that your Coinbase information has been exposed, and right off the bat, you know, okay, scammers might impersonate Coinbase now. They know I'm a Coinbase user, they might target me and impersonate Coinbase. Target had a big hack years ago. So anybody that was exposed in there, now they need to be aware. Well, they could get phone calls and emails impersonating Target. So anyway, that's why these data breach lookup tools are important. Put in your email address, put in your phone number, see what information about there is exposed about yourself, and be prepared when scammers target you with that info. Again, those links are all under our software and tools page over on scamaware101.com. Next section we have here too is we actually got approved as a Nord and Malwarebytes affiliate. So we do have a couple links there as an affiliate where you save a bunch of money. If you use our link, we get a little bit of a cut. So we have a link to NordPass Premium, get 56% off, 3 extra months. It ends up being something like $45 for 2 years or something cheap like that. So it's definitely a good deal. If you're considering getting NordPass, you need a password manager, use our link and get a nice chunk of savings and help support our mission. Also, NordVPN. VPNs are good when you're hiding your browsing information. It's not because you have anything to hide as far as what you're browsing, but all these websites collect your data behind the scenes. And they kind of track where you are and where you're going and what ads to continue targeting you with and location data and all other deep data about you that these websites track and know. And by using a VPN, you can at least hide that and prevent all these services from linking databases to each other and IP addresses and all those other things. So using a VPN helps in many ways, not just when you're trying to hide where you're trying to access. You know, in these days, it helps protect a lot having to do with your identity and marketing and targeting you. But yeah, there's a link there. Save 72%. It's a good deal. If you want to use NordVPN, use that link and we get a little piece of the purchase. And there's a link to Malwarebytes Premium. So, look, I've been in IT for my entire adult and non-adult career. Over 25 years plus now. And Malwarebytes, free. Any IT person really is familiar with Malwarebytes. It's trusted software. It's been used by IT professionals for years. The free version you can use to run scans and remove malware and viruses from your computer. The premium version has a real-time monitoring that it runs on your computer and protects you from certain malware and viruses. So if you don't have a premium antivirus yet, use this link, download Malwarebytes Premium, and get it installed on your computer. It's a good premium antivirus software that's trusted in the IT industry. So use our link, save 25%, we get a cut. And those are some of the paid affiliates links that we have there for you. And look, I stand behind Nord as a company and Malwarebytes as a company. The industry knows them, the real deal. So I have no problem putting some links up here that, direct you there. And then next we have a whole bunch of links to some free software too. Right, starting with Malwarebytes Browser Guard. I'm actually using that right now, and I used it before during the headlines when we started the live stream today, and we were opening all those third-party news articles, third-party news websites. Right, I have my Malwarebytes Browser Guard on. It helps block out ads and speed up my browsing, and I've been using it for months now. And there's a link. It's a browser extension, so whether you use Firefox, Chrome, whatever your browser is, you can enable the extension on it. It helps block out a bunch of stuff. It's free. There's a link there. We have a link to Malwarebytes Free. I mentioned that earlier, where it's your computers run slow. You think you might have something bad on it, right? Download Malwarebytes Free and run a scan on your computer. And a lot of times they'll find things that it could clean up for you. And a lot of times they'll help you remove viruses and pop-ups too, that if you're getting any especially. So trusted software, it's free. There's a link. And then we have a link to Bitdefender Antivirus Free. Where, look, if you're just relying on your built-in Windows antivirus, you don't have any premium antivirus already, you don't want to pay for a premium antivirus, you refuse to pay for premium, fine, whatever. At least go download Bitdefender Antivirus free. You can install it on top of the Windows, the built-in antivirus, and it's a little bit more protection on top of it's better than not having any antivirus. So if you already pay for a premium one, good, keep that. But if you're running without a premium antivirus or any antivirus at all, there's Bitdefender's a free version that's pretty decent. It'll nag at you to upgrade. Of course, it's going to try to get you to buy the premium version, but it's worth it in my opinion. So it's better than having no antivirus at all. So the link's there. Use it if you want. And again, we're just going over some links we have here under our softwares and tools section over on the scamaware101.com website. And then we have some links to some reverse image lookup tools. And these are useful when it comes to romance scams or when you're communicating with someone on the internet. They send you pictures of themselves. What you do is you run those pictures through a reverse image lookup. And what happens is they'll give you a report of if the images are found anywhere else or where the images are found on the internet. So basically, let's say you meet somebody on a dating website or you're talking to a stranger online that sends you pictures. If you run it through these reverse image tools and they come back saying, hey, we found these images over on this profile, we found these images on this profile, it's all these different people and different names, right? That indicates that the person you're talking to might have stolen those images, right? If you're seeing these images used somewhere else, it might not be them. Either they stole the images or somebody stole their images. So we have a link to these 3 reverse image searches, and one is called TinEye Reverse Image Search, which is pretty well known. And we have a link to Bing Visual Search and Google Image Search. So use all 3. If you're talking to some stranger online, run their pictures through these reverse image tools and see what they find. And then we have some more links here to some website safety lookup tools. We have a link to Norton Safe Web. And you can pop in a website address. It'll tell you if there's any ratings or reviews about the website. Google Safe Browsing. Check if a website is detected as unsafe or dangerous to visit. And then Virus Total, a pretty well-known website. You pop in the web address. It'll tell you if there's been any suspicious files or malware or anything like that detected on the site. So just some tools you could use when you're researching a website, just to add to your artillery And then the last two links we have here are some scam reporting lookup tools. And these are fun. We have a link to the BBB scam tracker tool and a link to the AARP scam tracking map. And what's cool about these is you can actually see the recent reports that are coming in about scams. People reporting them to the BBB, people reporting them to AARP. In fact, for the last portion of this live stream, towards the end of this live stream, the last thing we're going to do is we're going to open up the AARP scam tracking map, and we're going to check some recent reports, see what reports are coming in this week from people about scams. So that's always a fun way to wrap up this live stream, and we're going to be doing that in a little bit, probably in about another 15, 20 minutes or so. We'll be doing that as we start getting towards the end of the live stream. So again, those are just some useful online tools and software links we have here on our website, scamaware101.com. And while you're on our website, make sure to click the join mailing list right here on our homepage. It's free to join. And we'll send you some reminders when we're going live and some other useful scam awareness tips. So make sure to check out scamaware101.com and click join mailing list. Follow us on your favorite social media platforms too, of course. Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky. And look, the more subscribers we get, the more followers, the more likes. It really does help spread awareness about what we're doing here. So make sure to hit that thumbs up. Make sure to hit that like button. It'll help us out by following, subscribing. It'll help us spread awareness about these scams. You know, everybody's a target. You're a target. Your loved ones are targets. Your neighbors are targets. We're all targets. And it's important to, as a community, get the word out there and do our best to make people aware of these scams. All right, we're right on schedule here. We got about 4 more scams that we're going to go over and we'll show you examples of. And then we're going to go check out the scam tracker map. So we got about maybe 45 minutes left or so. Maybe just under. So still time for some good stuff here. So if you're watching, make sure to say hi in the chat. Let me know you're watching. Hit that thumbs up. Give us a like. If you want to help support our cause financially too, there's always scamaware101.com/donate. We'll gladly accept donations. You scan the QR code on your screen or just go directly to scamaware101.com/donate. And also over on YouTube too, you could hit that thanks button and send us a couple bucks through YouTube as well. So the next scam we're going to talk about here, Social Security impersonation scams. We talked earlier about government impersonation scams, and we're going to talk about a few of those right now, right? And a common one is Social Security impersonation. And we know that the scammers are reaching victims over the phone, and they're calling up, they're impersonating Social Security. We know that emails are being sent out to victims that are made to look like they're coming from Social Security, whether it's a statement, a fake statement, or a fake notification. So it's important to be aware of these Social Security impersonation scams. A lot of times, scammers impersonate Social Security officials and claim there are problems with the victim's number or benefits. They'll threaten action unless immediate payment or information is provided. Sometimes they might even say there's a problem making a deposit into your account and you need to give us your banking information, which is a scam. They're just trying to trick you into getting your bank account details. Scammers also send fake emails that appear to be from Social Security but link to dangerous websites. And we're going to show you an example of that one too. But the important takeaway about these Social Security impersonation scams is just to be aware, mainly, that scammers are impersonating Social Security. It's extremely common, and in many different ways, whether it's a phone call, an email. You need to be alert about this one. In fact, you see on my screen here, this is an actual picture of an envelope from Social Security, like a legit letter that came from Social Security. And on the envelope itself, it's got a big scam alert on the envelope, warning people who receive this letter, be suspicious of impersonation, right? So again, this is from Social Security, and that gives you just an idea of how big of an issue this is, where they're actually putting these warnings on their envelopes, on the back of their envelopes. And what it says is, scam alert. Scammers are pretending to be government employees. They may threaten you and may demand immediate payment to avoid arrest or other legal action. Do not be fooled. If you receive a suspicious call, hang up. Do not give them money or personal information. Right? So this warning is coming from Social Security. So theoretically, if someone reaches out to you over the phone claiming to be from Social Security, they should have no issue with you telling them, okay, I'm going to hang up and confirm a few things. And then you could go reach out to Social Security directly. Right? The person on the phone should have no problem with you doing that because Social Security sends out warnings about all these scams. They want you to be alert. They'd be happy if you did something like that. If you said, okay, let me hang up and verify. They should have no issue with that. But anyway, let me show you some examples of a Social Security scam. And this first one it shows on a phone. This is an email. You receive this email, and this is how it would look on your phone. And they're impersonating Social Security. Right? You can see the from address says Department of, and you can't see the full email unless you click it. So it's a little tricky on the phone. They're trying to trick you by hiding the email. And then they have a link here that says, to see your statement, please download the file from this link. We hope you find your new statement useful and informative. Thank you for using the Social Security Administration Services. This file works on computers only. Right? So this is a fake email you get. It's impersonating Social Security. They're trying to make it sound like you have a statement available, and they're trying to get you to click this link. That looks like it points to SSA.gov, but this is a scam. This is an example of a fake email that these scammers send out that impersonates Social Security. When you look at this same email on a computer, you could see a little bit more detail. Right? So first of all, you could see the email address that it actually came from. So you can tell right away, okay, this isn't really from Social Security. It's not really from SSA.gov. It's from some .co.ke email, which I believe is Kenya. Right? So right off the bat, you could tell now, okay, this isn't really from Social Security. Right? But then you could also, if you hover over the link, don't click it, but if you hover over it on a computer, you could see it actually points to a completely different website. It doesn't point to where it looks like it does. It doesn't point to SSA.gov. It points to some website that has gibberish letters. All right, so if you click that link, you're actually going to most likely be infected with a virus. Which is why this email at the bottom says, this file works on computers only. They want you to click this link on your computer and get infected. So that's an example of a email that's impersonating Social Security, and to be aware of if you get. Be suspicious of any phone calls impersonating Social Security, any emails claiming to be from Social Security. And scammers pay attention, too. Like when Social Security is getting talked a lot in the news, you'll see an increase in these Social Security scams. By the way, last year, most of the countries, the United States and Canada, I believe, had most of their Social Security numbers exposed. So just be aware of that. If somebody calls you up and they claim, to have your Social Security number or last four digits trying to verify with you, be suspicious too. It doesn't, just because they have your Social Security number or last four digits, that's not a valid way to know that you're talking to Social Security. So anyway, just be suspicious. No, it's extremely common for scammers to impersonate Social Security. Next two scams we're going to talk about are actually IRS and tax season scams to be aware of. And as the first example, well, first of all, similar to Social Security impersonation scams, these tax and IRS impersonation scams, you need to watch out for phone calls, emails, text messages. They'll impersonate the IRS in many different ways. A lot of times they'll call you and claim you owe taxes and must pay immediately, right? Try to scare you over the phone. Other times they'll send an email asking to confirm bank account details for a deposit, trying to trick you into providing banking details. So there's lots of different IRS and tax impersonation scams that they could use. And they do target victims over the phone, through text message, through email. So like any correspondence claiming to be from a government agency, be suspicious of tax and IRS correspondences. Make sure to to log into your irs.gov account, and confirm any communications or reach out to IRS directly. Don't trust the links and phone numbers that are in these communications. Go and verify yourself. And in the example I'm going to share with you here, this is actually an IRS impersonation scam. It's a text message that the IRS warned us about this year during this tax season. Right, and in this case, the text message, it's made to look like it's from the Internal Revenue Service, and it says you are eligible to receive a $1,400 economic impact payment. Please provide your accurate personal information. We'll deposit the amount into your bank account or mail a paper check within 1 to 2 business days. And also notice it's got that instruction at the end that's a red flag where it says please reply with yes and then reopen the message. It's always a red flag. We get a text message containing that instruction. But this example is directly from the IRS this year, warning us about this text message that's going around. First of all, there is no $1,400 economic impact payment, and if there was, you wouldn't be getting notified via text message, right? So if you get this text message, be aware, 100%, it's a scam. It's not really an IRS. What they're trying to do is they're trying to steal your bank account details. If you click this link, it's going to take it to a fake website that tries to steal your banking and other personal details. So don't trust it. Keep your guard up, whether the text message claimed to be from the IRS. In this case, they're claiming they're trying to give you a payment. But a lot of other times, they'll claim you owe taxes and you need to make a payment now. They'll threaten you with jail and they'll try to scare you. But it's a scammer, and that's just one of the tactics they use. And again, the IRS should have no problem with you hanging up and confirming some details. All right, reach out to your accountant if you get some kind of notification. Reach out to your accountant, but don't trust unsolicited communications claiming to be the IRS or involving taxes. Got a couple more examples to share with you here. A couple more scams. Then we're getting to Scam Tracker Map. Scam Tracker Map is one of my favorite portions of the live stream when we wrap it up. It's always fun to see what scams are being reported and which ones that maybe we didn't get a chance to talk about during the live stream, but are worth mentioning. So definitely stick around for the last 15 minutes of the live stream here. But we're not there yet. We still got 2 more examples to share with you. And keeping on the theme of tax and IRS scams, something you need to watch out for during tax season, and even right now, even after tax season, is these fake tax forgiveness phone calls. All right, so I'm going to play a recording of one of these phone calls for you, and multiple people reported this call to me, and I received this call myself. And the important thing to recognize about this call is it's a robocall. It's not a real person dialing you, and it says you owe back taxes no matter what. It's just calling everybody saying you owe back taxes and we could help you, but you got to call now this week. And it fits all the characteristics of a scam phone call that you need to watch out for. So let me play a recording of one of these fake tax forgiveness scams. And look, there's many variations of it, but the bottom line is if you get one of these phone calls claiming tax forgiveness from some accountant you never dealt with or some company, in this case it says the activation department, whatever that is on the phone call, be suspicious. Reach out to your account if you're concerned you'll back taxes. But let me play a recording here of one of these fake tax forgiveness scams in a phone call that you might receive. And as always, let me know in the comments and in the chat if you receive this call.
Hi, this is Lindsay Carter from the Activation Department. Give me a call back at 833-850-2527. Our records indicate you have some back taxes owed. You're now eligible to apply for them to be forgiven with the Zero Tax Balance Program. Any back owed taxes can be enrolled to be forgiven through this program. But we do need to sign up this week. Just give me a call so we can start the process. It's really quick, and I'll keep your file open here. So my number is 833-850-2527. If you've already resolved this, call back and press 2 to be removed. Can't wait to speak with you. 2.
So that's an example of one of these fake tax forgiveness calls that always pick up during the tax season. And the whole point is to scare the victim into calling back immediately, right? It starts off by saying, you owe back taxes, right? Whether you owe taxes or not. You get this phone call, it's going to say, you owe taxes, right? So right away, it's trying to scare you. And the reason they put this out during tax season and after is they want the victim to think like, oh, I filed my taxes incorrectly. I must owe taxes. All right? And then they try to pressure the victim by saying, but you got to call this week, right? So they're trying to pressure the victim into calling too. So they're using fear like, hey, you owe back taxes. And then they're using urgency to be like, but you got to call this week for us to help you. All right, so there's all these red flags, on that phone call. And look, if you get a phone call like that and it makes you nervous that you owe back taxes or that you're eligible for some kind of tax forgiveness, reach out to your accountant or reach out to legit accounting service. Don't just trust some random phone call, some random robocall that's leaving everybody the same phone call. And by the way, one last note about that phone call we listened to is I give the AI credit because it actually sounds like it's an actual woman on the end of that phone talking to you saying, I have your file on my desk, but it's not. It's actually AI. There is no file on anybody's desk. Everybody's getting the exact same phone call. It's saying the exact same thing to everybody, and it's part of a scam. And it is a good example of how these scammers use AI to become more convincing now. Back in the day, you kind of used to be able to rely on like, oh, there's a foreign accent or something like that, right? But now they just use AI. So that's an example of a tax forgiveness scam. Watch out for it. They always pick up during tax season. This next scam, I don't really have a name for it. I don't know what's being referred to as. It's some type of gift. It is some type of gift card scam where the whole point is to get you to purchase gift cards. And how this scam works is you get a phone call, and the phone call impersonates your internet provider. In the example I'm going to share, it's going to be Comcast, right? So the scammer calls, or it's a recording that impersonates Comcast, and it says that your 50% discount on your bill is going to expire. Right, so right away you get this phone call and you're like, oh my God, my bill's going to double. Right, it expires today, my 50% discount. And it says, call back this number, to talk about it. Right, so what happens if you call back that number, right, you'll be connected to the scammer. You're not going to be connected to Comcast. You're not going to be connected to your internet, but you're going to be connected to the scammer. And how this scam works, and again, we're going to I'll play the recording for you in a minute, the voicemail recording. But how this scam works is when the victim calls up the scammer thinking they're calling Comcast or their internet provider, the scammer tells them your promotional 50% discount expires today, your bill's going to double, but we have a new promotion going on. We've partnered with Target, for example, they'll say, or we partnered with Apple. We partnered with somebody, right? They'll say, we partnered with Target, and if you pay with a Target gift card, you'll receive the promotional rate, but you have to pay for a year of service, right? So go to the store, purchase a $500 Target gift card, provide it to us, and you're paid for the year at that promotional rate, right? But this is a scam. They're trying to trick the victim into purchasing a gift card and providing it to them. So the victim thinks, okay, I want to get, I want to save 50% on my internet bill. All I got to do is purchase a gift card and pay with that. Sure. But you're not really talking to Comcast. You're actually being tricked into giving a $500 gift card to a scammer. So let me play a recording of this voicemail that starts off the whole scam. And this was actually, I received this voicemail, but I'm not a Comcast customer, so I knew right off the bat, there's a scam. I'm going to record it and use it on my live stream here, share it with the world. But in your case, if you're a Comcast customer, be aware of this scam floating around. And even if you're not a Comcast customer, rest assured that this scam is impersonating all other internet providers too. So be aware of it if you get a call like this claiming to be from Verizon or Atom Online or whoever your Frontier, whoever your internet providers are, right? So let me play a recording for you now. Here we go.
Hello. This voicemail is from Comcast Xfinity. Your current 50% discount on your monthly bill will expire by the end of the day. To maintain your reduced rate, call the number on your caller ID immediately. This is your final reminder to act. Call back now. Thank you.
See, there's that red flag too where it says callback number immediately. Instead of leaving a real number or anything, it says callback the number on the screen, right? That's always a red flag too on those phone calls. But anyway, you can see how that recording was, that voicemail that was left. It says you're 50%, promotional. It was going to expire. Your bill's going to pretty much double. Call number on screen to discuss. But again, you call that number, you'll be connected to a scammer. And they're going to try to trick you into buying gift cards and paying with gift cards. Always a red flag, those gift cards. Any mention of gift cards needs to set off red flags. And that concludes all the scams, at least not on the tracker map, that we were going to discuss tonight. Went over tons of examples, 20 different types of scams, shared emails, text messages, phone calls. I hope you got something good of that. We still have a little bit left this live stream here. For the next 15 or 20 minutes or so, we're going to check out the AARP scam tracker map. And this is one of my favorite portions of the live stream because we actually get to see all these recent reports that are coming a day ago. And they confirm whether or not the scams we went over this evening are active. And it also gives us some additional scams to talk about too. So yeah, we still got another 20 minutes or so left. So hit that like button. If you're just joining, don't subscribe or follow yet. Hit subscribe, hit follow. Help us spread awareness of these scams. Every like we get, every follower, every subscriber, it helps us raise awareness and get our content out there. So, and especially if you're on Facebook. If you're watching on Facebook right now, make sure to hit that follow button. We need to get our followers up on there. We're just trying to put something good out there. And that's what we do is live streams. We've been going since 5:45 today, so we're coming up on our 4 hours. So thank you everybody who's been on watching. Make sure to say hi in the chat and react. I switched it up a little bit this week for the West Coast viewers. Try to give them something fresh to watch. Because I know they were getting stuck with the last few scam examples each week. So switched it around and reversed it. Hopefully give them something new to enjoy this week. Always love to hear your feedback. So let me know in the chat. All right. Well, you know what? Let's get on to this last portion of our live stream here. We saved the best for last. So I mentioned earlier when we were talking about our tools and software section, we mentioned the AARP scam tracker map. And what this is it'll actually show you recent reports coming in about scams and where they are coming in from. All right, so what we'd like to do is just take a look at the most recent reports and see if there's anything worth talking about here. So let's get the AARP scam tracker map opened. All right. Now you can see we have some recent reports here. And the last batch of reports looks like it's from yesterday, the 23rd. So excellent. So these are brand new reports, all active reports of scams that are coming in and being reported by users. So let's take a look at some of the recent reports here, and we'll see if it confirms, the scams we went over, still circulating, and we'll see if there's any new ones worth talking about too. Let's see. Business imposter scam. Email from CVS offering medical kit in exchange for survey information. Ah, yes. That's a good scam example. It's a good scam example of an email, right? An email scam that's circulating now. A lot of times when you see free medical devices being offered, it's a red flag. A lot of times they're trying to get your Medicare number. Yeah, unfortunately, they don't give too much information in this report. But email from CVS, they put it in quotes because that's the imposter. They're impersonating CVS. And they're saying there's a medical kit in exchange for survey information. You fill out that survey, it's actually go to a scammer. A scammer's going to get whatever personal information you enter. So if you get an email claiming to be from CVS or claiming to be from anybody offering medical kits, medical devices, be suspicious and don't give away any private information. Don't click any links. Don't give away any private information. Next report. My email was taken over and someone posed as me to request money to be taken from my retirement account to Wells Fargo. We'll see if they give any more details on that. Let's see. But that's a bank impersonation. Well, They say email was taken over. I don't give too many details, but be suspicious, right? Wells Fargo account. Take it from my retirement account to Wells Fargo account. Yeah. She get enough details to go over that specific scam, but anything involving banks, be suspicious, right? Next one, the phone number states they are the Ohio DMV. They claim you have unpaid tolls and your license will be suspended, right? So there we go. That's an example of an unpaid toll scam. Showed you a bunch of examples of that one earlier in the stream. Definitely be aware of this scam. It's extremely common right now. Everybody's getting these text messages claiming you have unpaid tolls. They're impersonating all different agencies. So be aware of them. We did a video about these unpaid toll scams. It's on our YouTube channel, so check that out if you didn't see us talking about it earlier. Let's see some more scams being reported here. Elder scams. Chatbot call from Jordan regarding the final expense insurance. He transferred me to Adam. I would not give Adam my date of birth. I'm not going to look into the details of that, but what I will say is that when any unsolicited phone call you receive and they start asking you personal information or claiming to be with insurance, asking your birth date, things like that, don't give any information to a stranger like that. If they're claiming to be with the company and they're asking any of your details, right, stop them. Don't even give them anything. Tell them, where are you from? Okay, I'll call you back, right? But don't call them back if you don't know who they are, and be suspicious. But anyway, let's continue. New Jersey Department of Vehicles, final notice, enforcement penalties begin. There we go. Let's see, is this going to be a fake ticket or fake toll? Enforcement penalties begin on July 25th. Our records show that as of today, you still have an outstanding traffic ticket. All right, so here's a New Jersey version of the traffic ticket scam that's popping up now. This one came in hot the past couple of weeks. Suddenly, everybody started getting hit with this one. It's pretty much every state. So we mentioned this one a little bit earlier, but if you get any text messages claiming you have an outstanding traffic ticket, don't click the link. It's a scam. We're going to be seeing more of that one, I think. That one's suddenly getting around a lot. So let's take a look at some more of these reports here. And again, all these reports came in yesterday. So these are the latest reports coming in about scams. I received email from McAfee invoice. All right, so that's an example of a fake order scam. We talked about the Geek Squad one. You get an email. It says that an order was placed with Geek Squad and a call number, but it's a scam. If you call a number, you'll be connected to a scammer. Same, McAfee is similar. We see McAfee a lot. You get these emails that say McAfee renewed, click here to dispute, but a lot of times it's a scam. You're actually calling a scammer. In this case, they'll try to get onto your computer. You'll connect to a scammer and they'll say, okay, let us onto your computer and we'll take a look. But that's when they steal all your financial details, your files. It's no good. Yeah, so be suspicious. You get emails, Geek Squad, McAfee, Amazon, PayPal. Those are very common impersonation companies that these scammers impersonate. Health-related scam. I got a call, I answered, and a woman wanted to know if I received my new Medicare card yet. Medicare scams. We've seen a lot of them. A lot of times the narrative they'll say is they're calling to give you a new Medicare card, but they'll ask what your current number is, and that's really a trick. They're just trying to get your number. Let's see. In this report, she says, I got a call. I answered, and a woman wanted to know if I received my new Medicare card yet. I told her I was not sure. She confirmed my zip code and asked me what date I originally signed up for Medicare. I told her I did not have that information handy, and she should call it back later. I hung up. I called my medical center, and they said that the phone number did not originate from their hospital. Right. So, a couple things to keep in mind there. Right. The phone number. The scammers are making the phone number on caller ID show your medical center. We know that and this goes back to what they know about you. They know who your doctor's office is. They know who your medical center is. So when they scam you, a lot of times they'll show that phone number on your caller ID. So you think you're talking to your doctor, your medical center. Right, so be aware of that. Don't just trust it because your phone number says it's, your call ID says it's them. But the other thing is, this is a very common Medicare scam right now, is where the victim receives a call. They say they're calling about providing a new Medicare card, right? And then they steal that. They ask the victim all the personal information. Okay, we'll get you a new Medicare card, but what's your current number? What's your date of birth? If anybody calls up, even if they claim to be from your doctor, and they're asking you personal information like your Medicare number, it's okay to tell them, I'm going to hang up and verify, right? Hang up and then call back your doctor. Hang up and then call back your medical center. They're well aware of these scams now. They know this, and they will actually be proud of you and appreciate you if you say, let me hang up and verify. And it actually is your doctor's office. They will be proud if you do that. If somebody calls you up, asks you personal information, don't give it to them. Yeah, you have to hang up and verify who you're talking with. But yeah, so, and anyway, that's a report that, came in yesterday. These Medicare scams, that's what they do. They call up, and a lot of times they'll say it's for a new Medicare card, but they'll use to steal your info. See some more reports coming in yesterday. And we're going to wrap this up in about 5 minutes. We're just taking a look at some recent reports here. Scam reports. Which, by the way, if you're just joining us, welcome to the live stream. You missed most of it. We've got a couple more minutes left here, but you missed most of the live stream. But that's okay, because you still have a chance to click like, subscribe, check out our other content. You can follow us on social media. Make sure to hit join mailing list on our website, scamaware101.com. Hit join mailing list. It's free. We'll send you reminders about when we're going live, so next time you can actually catch us in time. You'll get a nice email reminder beforehand. All right, you can also follow us on all your favorite social media platforms. We're scamaware101. Is our username on all of them. But if you can't find us, you could find links to each of our profiles here on our homepage on scamaware101.com. We've got Facebook, Threads, Instagram, X, Blue Sky, YouTube. And of course, make sure to click join mailing list while you're there. We're streaming live right now on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. We do this weekly live stream. It's free. We do it every week. Spread awareness about common scams. We go over 20 different types of scams. Examples of phone calls, emails, text messages. We even go over some snail mail versions of scams that are arriving through the postal service. So, jam-packed with information on these live streams. And, hey, if you missed it, you can always watch the replay over on YouTube or anywhere else we might have it shared. I think Facebook might repost it, Instagram. And but make sure to tune in next week when we have the live stream, too. Every Thursday, 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So we just actually crossed 4 hours so far. We're 2 minutes into our fifth hour, I guess. Yeah, we've been going since 5:45, so 4 hours. Hey, if you want to help out financially too, scamaware101.com/donate. It'll help us do something good over here. Just trying to get information out there, and there's expenses, that's for sure. But or you can use the thanks button over here on YouTube. YouTube takes a big chunk of it, but we'll take the super thanks too. It's better than nothing. But yeah, you can help support the mission. We'll gladly accept your donations. Scamaware101.com/donate. Let's take a look at a couple more reports, and then we're gonna wrap up this live stream here. Oh, here's an interesting one. Let's see what this one says. We're wrapping up a couple minutes here, man. Last chance to that like button if you haven't yet. Make sure to subscribe, follow. My elderly mom with Alzheimer's was sent a text about receiving money for groceries. My mother shared the link with us, and my sister found her on the phone with the company. They were asking for information. I wish this report gave more information, unfortunately. Now, let's see what else we got here. When I answered the phone, the person on the other end said, "Grandma." I asked them to repeat what they said. All right, so this is a grandparent scam. We went over this one. I even showed you a video to watch out for with these grandparent scams. We'll see what this report says. When I answered the phone, the person on the other end said, "Grandma." I asked them to repeat what they said, and they just said, "Grandma," again, told them I didn't have a grandson, and hung up. All right. Yeah, grandparent scam. They're trying to trick your loved one into thinking, trying to trick your grandparents or the older folks that their granddaughter, grandson's been in trouble. So there's a grandparent scam. We covered that one on the live stream. We showed you a video of a scammer doing that one too. So definitely be aware of that one, especially the older folks out there. If you have grandchildren, be aware that scammers try to impersonate them, asking for help. Next report. I received an email claiming to be from Social Security. Okay, let's see what this one is. We just went over a fake statement that claims to be from Social Security. We used that example earlier. Let's see what this report says about Social Security. We are reaching out to inform you of a critical issue concerning your Social Security number. Our system detected unusual or potentially unauthorized activity linked to your SSN as a precautionary measure. Okay, as a precautionary measure, your SSN has been flagged for possible suspension. This action may affect your ability to access federal service benefits or identify verification systems tied to your Social Security profile. Oh, so that's an interesting Social Security scam, right? So they get the email saying that there's an issue with your account, and they suspended it, which obviously is not true. It's not really from Social Security. But then I'm sure it has a link that then steals your personal information. The person who reported it didn't say if it had a number or they said to call a number or to click a link, but I'm going to assume it had a link to click. In fact, just bear with me 1 second. I'm going to screenshot this and save this report for future reference. Just saving this. Good. All right, I think that's a good point to wrap this up. What do you all think out there? Give me some feedback in the comments. If you haven't clicked like yet, hit that like button. All right, good. Got that Social Security example shared for future reference. And that's it, everybody. That's it for this week's live stream. Again, I'm Jared with Scamware 101. Thank you so much for tuning in. I saw some viewers on Facebook, on Instagram, some new faces on YouTube, so it was really cool seeing some new viewers there. If you joined us late, it's all good. You have a chance to see us next week, and this live stream the replay will be up on YouTube. So make sure to check out our YouTube channel and all the other social media pages, your favorite platform. And also make sure to join our free mailing list. Go to scamaware101.com, hit join mailing list. We'll send you some useful Scamaware tips, reminders about when we're going live, all good stuff. And last shameless plug, if you want to help donate, support financially, go to scamaware101.com/donate. We'll take it. And if you're watching this on YouTube, you can hit that thanks button too. We'll gladly take your donations. We appreciate it. Help support something good and help us spread awareness about these scams. All right, everybody. Thank you again for watching. We appreciate you. Bear with me while I get all these live stream windows shut down. And until next time, stay safe.